person since June. I know Richmond has, and there's a third one, I don't remember what it is, but currently Lewiston, Richmond, Billville, Cache County, North Logan are meeting in person. There's 2 cities. Logan is considering or tentatively planning to meet in person in March. Smithfield is planning to meet in person in March. 2 cities, River Heights and Newton, offer council members the choice of video or in person. So that's where we're at today. I just thought I'd get a feel for where other cities are at. Did not hear from Nibley, did not hear from Wellsville, so that's where we're at. Anyway, I want to welcome everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to a real audience. We will still be accepting comments from people who are checking in. Our city manager, Ryan Snow, is managing the video. Before Zoom, we were video conferencing. I think we were one of the first cities in Cache Valley to video our council meetings and both publish them and broadcast them on YouTube for residents to view remotely or to view at their leisure. So now we're back to meeting in person, and that's where we plan to move toward. We have 2 of our council members who are not here. Josh Paulson has been getting over the virus, and he asked if he could be excused tonight. Council member Eck is with us by video. Our other council members, Beth, Kirk, and Seeley, are here tonight with us, and we're glad to be here. Thank you so much. We've got an off-agenda item we'll take a minute for. We've got our sheriff's patrol lieutenant here. He's going to introduce our new star deputy, and we'll pause to do that. On that note, before we go to remarks, we'll go to Pledge of Allegiance, and if everyone will follow me as we recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And council member Seeley has offered to have a prayer for this evening.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be gathered as a community. We're grateful to live in this beautiful valley and to have the freedoms that we enjoy. We're grateful for the sense of community that we feel and for the gifts and talents of each member of the community and the way that we come together to build a positive environment for each of us to live with our friends and families and neighbors. We pray that might help us to be respectful of each other's talents and gifts and input, and that we can be guided in the decisions that we make this evening, and that we can enjoy the camaraderie of community as we come together after such a long time apart. And we're so grateful for thee and thy guidance. And we see these things in the name of thy son, Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Okay. First item on our agenda is staff reports, followed by approval of the minutes. We go into a public hearing. I'll ask Lieutenant Barchi to introduce our star deputy. I'll give him 2 minutes, but we'll do that right after staff reports if the council doesn't mind. Sure, he'd much rather have his deputy out driving through Providence, making sure our residents are safe. All right, we have our Public Works Director, Rob, here tonight, Scarlett, our Administrative Services Director, and Ryan, our City Manager. So we'll hear staff reports from them. Rob, tell us about potholes.
Well, Public Works is trucking right along. We finally got some snow lately. It seems like we had a very mild winter for the most part, but lately it's been pretty consistent as far as the amount of time we've had to spend on the road taking care of snow maintenance one way or another. And so hopefully that on a positive note means we're getting some accumulations up in the mountains, and that'll change things as far as our snowpack up there. So Other than that, Public Works is on track with our budget. We're on our projected path, stay within it. And lately, we've kind of had a lot of time spent devoted towards this reservoir bid. The last couple of weeks has been very hectic for staff. And so that's one of the first agenda items. We can go over that in more detail once we get to it. Do you have any questions for me?
Tell us about snow. Snowpack.
The last I heard, we were in the mid 60%.
Are we gonna have a dry year, or are we gonna have enough in the mountains for our?
Do you have a crystal ball? Is
I
what he's
do, I
asking.
do.
So where are we at now, and what do you think?
Ryan and I have this debate periodically as to whether we're going to be all right this summer. I think we're both are now in agreement that we're going to be all right. It's up there and it's going to get deeper real fast at the end of February hitting us.
The discussion we usually have about this time of year is to how far along we are, and
Yeah, how
what
our,
are we?
how our creek's
Gonna
going
have
to
a
do coming out of that canyon.
Any questions for Rob?
How's your new employees working out?
Very well so far. Yeah, we're Talon's a new kid on the block, but he's learning fast and he's got some drive in him. So I'm optimistic he's going to be a long-term great hand for us. Justin is our GIS intern from USU, and I've been impressed with him. He's taken it and running, and he's going to be a big asset to us when it comes to upgrading our current GIS system with accurate data, keyword accurate. And so that'll be really good to keep him around and get some data uploaded.
I just want to say thank you for keeping us moving, so we're not Houston.
Yeah, that's right. You do a great job.
You're really good. Job.
We continue to get compliments for the job our public works staff do in keeping our streets cleared during a snow event. And we still hear each year that Providence City does a better job than any other Cache Valley city, and we're proud of it.
I think we have a really good system. Our approach seems to work really well as far as where we put people in the trucks and the routes and priorities and whatnot. So it works.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Scarlett?
Good evening, council. Recreation is going to really be underway in the next day or two here. Monday, we will start our registration for recreation baseball, softball, and kickball. We've moved kickball to the spring. We're going to try and add a new sport, wiffle ball, that is less intense, I've been told, than kickball, but than baseball, but we'll see how that goes. So we modified the little T-ball diamond to help with the T-ballers, and as we were modifying that, we realized that there was this other growing little activity out there that people were really interested in. So we'll see how that comes about, and we're hoping for a real successful season. We're still trying to reach out to the tennis and the pickleball community to try and get some input from the community on running those programs this year. And so we have a couple of names, but if you have people that you feel like would be good, that Shayla and I could sit down and put it together a bit of a committee to help us organize those two things, I'd really appreciate it. As would Shayla. So we are making a few changes in the office, and I'm trying to be good about, or I get emotional. I'm going to split my job and say goodbye to the recorder duties after a year or two. I want to express my appreciation to the citizens of Providence and to you as the council, the staff, for all of the support that I have been given in that position for many, 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 many years. When Ryan came on, we sat down, we thought we had a game plan. The amount of activity in our land use has just continued to grow, and it's still growing. And so I will, as we talked, I told him I felt like staying in land use was the better option for me. And so I will stay in as land use, but we are looking for a new city recorder, the recorder in our city also has the finance officer duties. So you should be seeing those job advertisements out for that position. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to serve in that capacity for many years. And I really am positive about it. That's why I'm frustrated that I'm emotional. I don't do that much in meetings, but again, thank you. And I'm sure we'll find a really good candidate and we can move forward with a new chapter in that particular phase. Questions? Carrie and her group, her youth council, they've got some great ideas. Staff is on board to help support those. One of the other things we're doing is we're playing musical desks to try and make the land use area more efficient, and recreation. One of our part-time recreation people is going to come into the office during this early registration period to help with that type of thing. So you'll see she's not necessarily a new face, but she's a new face in the office. Tia Wayman will be in the office in the afternoons, helping us out with registrations and that type of thing. So onward and upward, and we're a busy city. Questions, concerns?
Scarlett, how long have you worked for Providence City?
I started as the justice court clerk, the first justice court clerk that they had. I actually was hired in 1990, but by the time they got everything in order, it was 1991 before I actually started working. November of 1991.
30 years, almost.
Almost. I was part-time. Remember those days, Brent?
All I do, Scarlett, you were tremendous. Boy, we spent a lot of time in that old city office working things through. And I remember when you were, I can't remember if I was there when you came. I think I came on in '88.
You were already on board. I think you were in Public Works or had just moved into the
Yeah.
building department.
Yeah.
You
So
were a young man then.
a lot of history.
I still am.
Yeah, we both are.
Yeah, we both are. Yeah.
Scarlett, how long have you
From
been?
this side out, it hasn't changed.
Right.
Just when I go before the mirror, that it's changed.
The mayor or the mayor?
Yeah.
I was appointed city recorder in November of 1995.
Okay, so 25 years.
Yep.
It's a lot to record.
That was a lot to record. It's been a busy 25 years.
So thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you.
Brian?
Change is hard, and Scarlett is doing an amazing job with all of the work that goes on with that. We do think with as the city grows, we do need some more full-time staff, and as we work on to be able to provide to the public in an efficient manner, it takes more staff to be able to do that than what we have. And so anyway, I have kind of notified the council and let you know that we are working towards that. But it's going to be a process. We'll hopefully identify somebody. We have some applicants. We're hoping to identify somebody and bring them back to the next council meeting for the advice and consent of the council. So a couple of things. She did talk about moving desks. To give an idea of that, we had our intern change desks. We had Shaywar move into an office downstairs from upstairs. We had April move from downstairs to upstairs. Esther has moved inside of downstairs from one side to the other. We'll move the cemetery greeting into the boardroom and be able to open up another office downstairs. So there has been quite a bit of shifting and moving. We're dusting off the corners, and so anyway, it's going well. And so anyway, that's kind of a piece to our puzzle. Few things that are going on. this is the time of year that's legislative watch, I would say. So we're always mindful and watching what the legislature is doing and keeping a track. So I meet with the county, different subcommittees and that, just to watch all the bills that are coming through to keep up. Another one, the tank is a big project. We'll close on our funding, be able to construct that, and we're looking to possibly start that in the next month or two. So, but master plans is obviously one of the big things that has taken a lot of my time and a number of your time. We are making great progress on the sewer master plan. We've met with property owners. Kind of give you a timeline on that is that we expect to have met with property owners when we did. We'll then kind of sit down and work on individual interviews. We've got some response now, need to get dates and times worked out for a few of you. We'll then take it to planning commission so that they understand. One of the big things is I like to see planning commission have a full picture, and so we want them to know what the decisions they make in land use and how that affects the sewer master plan. And then the transportation master plan, we're making progress on it. We're waiting for a new draft. And once we have that, then our subcommittee will meet again to review and hopefully get it ready to bring back to the council. But any questions you have for me or anything you'd like to know?
You mentioned property owners for the sewer master plan. Are we, I haven't seen that master plan. Is that going through some private property to be able to be a service in areas? Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's the Southwest Sewer expansion piece. So
Is that across the street? I think this isn't down to that way.
Right. As that area and land develops, we want to be able to have an idea of what's going on in interest so that we can work jointly. A lot of that build will be done through development. But at this point, the planning, we need to know where the pipe is that we connect onto, where the sewer lift station will be. And if we're going to ask them to develop pieces of that as we go, we need to make sure that all the pieces of the puzzle add up when we're done. So that's why we're planning for it. But yep.
Just out of curiosity, and I don't mean to belabor this issue, but will the sewer that goes through the west side of the Alder property, will that go all the way back to 100 North, or is that going a different route? We'll cross the river with it, will you?
So we'll have to come back up to 100 North. We can't continue to the west. We'll have to put a lift station and pressurize it back to the highway.
And then you'll have to put a metering station in on 100 North, which will below the metering station.
We'll pressurize up to it, I believe. So we'll have
pressurize up to it.
We'll pressurize towards that direction and feed it down
Okay.
into that. So, okay. I just want to make sure that I haven't led you astray. The nice thing about having Rob there to make sure if I answer wrong.
Okay.
Other questions? Things you have for me, or a lot of what I've worked on, you'll see will be on the agenda tonight. I've met with each of you, either by phone or in person, to discuss some of the items to help you give additional details and possibly research other things. So if you have other things for me, just let me know.
Okay. Just a comment. This is my 4th year as mayor. Christina as well. And one thing I've noticed since we've had Ryan, our city manager, here is it's made the council's job much easier. And I do know the previous council put in a lot of time and effort into things that, whether it was working on draft of an ordinance language or things like that. Now there's things the council, we hand off to Ryan and the city staff that the previous council might have dug deeply into. So we're fortunate we're moving forward with the master plans that are much long overdue. And I have to acknowledge the previous council who had the foresight to say, bring up the issue and say, we would like to revisit the city manager issue again, and ask me to resurrect what was done when 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we had an initiative on the ballot for city manager, which failed. So
Well, I'm clearly a supporter of it.
thank you. No argument on that. Does that work, actually?
I think it will.
We appreciate all you do, Ryan. It certainly does make our job a lot easier.
For
We
sure.
are grateful for what the past council did.
And you're a pleasure to work with.
I hope all the residents feel the same way.
They just need to visit with you. They will.
Hopefully I'll.
So I just want to take a couple minutes. Our sheriff's deputy lieutenant, Mike Barchi, is here, and he's over patrol and animal control. I think I got that right. Mike is here to introduce our new star deputy, Matt Hanson. Ryan and I and Scarlett have met Matt, but the council hasn't, so Mike's here to introduce Matt. And Matt's already been out on the streets and had an engagement or a few with some of our city residents. He's made his mark already.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for letting us here. Chief Carly, I know the opportunity for him, long time dream to become a school cop. He was at that point in his career where he felt like going back to school would be good for him. Unfortunately, it is high school again, so I don't know, it's awkward, but yeah, we're sending him back. So we're bringing you a graduate of our school resource program. Matt Harris actually was in the schools for 4 to 6 years. Currently, he's a 14-year deputy. He's a SWAT team leader, one of our leaders on our SWAT team, has a plethora of experience. One of the things that Matt has done for me is he has been an exceptional community problem solver. I can send him into situations where things might not be understood as well, and he has done a phenomenal job for us to help create and build those bridges, make sure we're maintaining relationships, and just working towards common objectives. So I introduce, Matt Hanson.
Yeah, I'll just be really brief.
Matt, can you talk into the
Yes.
microphone there so we have?
Yeah, I've worked here for 14 years. I went from patrol to school, back to patrol again. I've worked in 3 different towns, cities, Mendon, Amalga, and Trenton. And now I'm very excited to come here and work with Province and Embley. I like building relationships and be able to work with not only the community, but the council to help issues and fix problems. And I'm not a big, huge ticket writer type person. I like to educate people, help them understand, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and work things out that way. And if needs be, then we go with the other route. But once again, I'm very excited to come work with you. If you guys have any issues, questions, please get with Ryan, the mayor, or anybody else, and we'll help work these issues out together. So thank you.
Is this a 3-year assignment? I think that's how long Deputy Carly was with us.
That's up to the lieutenant here. So I don't know.
I'm going to make no promises.
So if we like what he does, can we ask him to re-up and do another?
You can always ask for real. Unfortunately, we continue to experience and growth like everyone else. So hopefully the answer is yes. We have no intentions of bringing him in anytime short. This is something that he's asked for. He's like, I really want to be here. I want to be part of this. I'm excited to be here. That being the case, we try to give individuals opportunities to grow, and this is definitely one that will help them grow. But he keeps doing really good on supervisor exams, and you might lose him. So I'm not going to promise anything.
Okay, super. Thank you.
One
Any questions for?
Yeah, I have a question. For those, the public that's listening, how do they go about contacting Officer for Providence if they have a concern?
Usually they'll just contact Ryan if they need to, or they can contact dispatch if they have some sort of dire need or emergency or like that. Or we have our non-emergency dispatch number, 753-7555. You can call into that number with any questions, concerns. Right now, I'm working a swing shift position, and then later I will transition into the daytime position. as soon as we get more people to help backfill the spots that we are short of. So
And would they ask for you specifically?
they can, yes. Yep. Yep. They can just ask for, they can say, hey, I want to talk to the Providence town deputy, or if they know my name, Deputy Matt Hanson. So either way, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, thank you guys so very much for your time.
Okay. All right, next item on the agenda, approval of minutes. We have the January 20th and 28th council meetings. January 20th was our regular council meeting. We had some items that went over. We chose to continue them so we could give them adequate time to discuss and for the council to decide and make a decision. So we have both those council meeting minutes to approve tonight. I did not find anything I thought needed to be changed or altered or added. Council members, anything that you saw?
On line 141, I would just take out, see Kirk address the fruit trees. I think there was lots of things that were addressed, but that does not need to be in there.
You want to take that out or add something?
Just take it out.
The whole line of 141.
Leave yours.
You can take it out as
No,
well if you want.
just leave yours, just take out mine.
Any other comments, changes, additions?
No.
Janelle, Christina? No. And Brent? No. Okay, very good. Need a motion to approve the minutes, so we can just go ahead and vote.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 20th, 2021.
And 28. Can we approve
Oh,
both?
can we do them both at the same
I
time?
can't see why not.
And the minutes from January 28th, 2021.
So, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from, motion from council member Kirk, second from council member Steph. All in favor of approving the minutes of the 20th and 28th, signify by saying aye.
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 I think you said aye, Christina. Okay, thumbs up. Unanimous passes. Okay. All right, so we have a public hearing tonight. Public hearing is where we invite the public to speak on a particular issue. You're obligated by state law to hold a public hearing on this particular issue. We have also an agenda item to approve a resolution for revenue bonds in which the council will discuss further. During the public hearing, we will make note of comments that we received, and we will address those comments when we get to item number 2, the resolution to approve that particular resolution on the bond issue. Ryan will go into a bit of an explanation on this. Before we get started, we'll leave it at that, but we will address the public comments that come up where we've got a question or we need to make a clarification. So, Ryan, you want to give us just a short intro into this, and then we'll go ahead and convene with the public hearing.
Sure, absolutely. So at this point, well, first of all, at this point, there is a lot of steps to take out a bond and to sell bonds on open market. The first step in that process was a parameters resolution. So kind of give the full umbrella of what would be possible, and that was approved by the council. The next step is to approve a preliminary offering statement, which kind of goes into detail of kind of the details of how we would do it and what it would be backed by. But it has a lot of legal detail. But this is another one of those. We're looking to approve it in form. So it's the form, it's some of the detail But there is, and you'll see, there is things that are still being worked out. So this document is a 90%, but that's the intent of where the document is to be 90%. What you would do is then, if you want to continue down the bond path, this is the next step. Then you would hear the public hearing, you'd have the detail. Future steps will be to actually enter into a bonding agreement and to actually take out bonds. This is not that step yet, but we're working a domino at a time towards that. So in order time frame wise, this is the next domino, but we'd still have 60 days before we'd have bonds at least, and possibly longer depending on the market and how it sells. At this point, it is not bonding it isn't making the council committed to taking out bonds. This is just a legal document that helps us to move one step forward, and ultimately in its final form, it would go out to a rating and go before rating, and we'd have it as part of our rating presentation. And we need to have the rating presentation and other dominoes for this to actually get to the point we actually take out a bond. But we're not there yet. We've got a number of steps more to go. So tonight is about, are we okay with the form and the direction we're still going that you've approved before? You'll have a specific time to actually approve the specific dollar amount of a bond that you want to take. Some of that still depends on how much debt we want to take on, what the interest rate is that comes back and how the market is. And some of those things are still, in the air. We still don't know what our bond rating is until we get past this step. So we can't get to the bond rating before we have this. So anyway, that's what this is. Anyway, is there any questions for me before that? Okay.
All right, at this point, we'll invite comments from the audience. I think we'll probably have some questions and comments coming by video as well, Brian, I think. I think we're expecting as well.
And I do have Zions Bank online to Mark with Zions Bank online to answer questions if we'd like. So,
all right. So anybody, why don't we start with the members and audience here present, and then we'll go on to anyone that's on video. Lynn, I know you want to address the council. Give us your name.
Lynn Lemon. Right. I live at 360 Spring Creek Road. I'm not sure if this is the time or the place, but as I looked at the bond resolution, I appreciate Ryan helped me understand that. I was concerned that when I looked at that, there were no numbers. It was basically blank. And so I said, I hope you're not going to approve that before you actually have real numbers there. My understanding is that you don't have any commitment at all for property tax, but you could, if you needed to, you could use property tax if you had to pay for. If you didn't have enough revenue, you could allocate property tax. So again, that was one of my concerns. I know you don't have any plans to use property tax, and my understanding is you don't have plans to use the energy tax or the telecommunication fee or the sales tax. You're just committing that as a revenue source until you get a revenue source in place. And
so the intent is, and Brian can clarify this, but there's a time window after we receive the bond proceeds where there's no bond payment. So, right. So we as a city, our whole is being able to fund, and then the bond payments kick in, we accumulate interest in a 2-year time window, I think, or something like that. So we are fine. The whole intent is eventually is the users of the fiber network will be the ones who pay down the bond.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I understand that. And in fact, you know what? As I've learned more about it or whatever, I thought this might really, it may be a real benefit as far as even what we're able to access as far as the internet is concerned. So I have the concerns, but I want to just better understand it. A couple of things that I'd like to just express, and I don't know how many of you were here years and years ago when we put the sewer in. But when we put the sewer in, I think we went through a similar process. Sewer was a need. I mean, there was really a need for that. One of the things that concerned me was that we were told before we put the sewer in that the city was going to repair. They were basically going to fix all the streets. And then I think as we got into putting the sewer in, the costs were greater than what we anticipated. And a lot of streets went unfixed. I mean, they did the basic minimums. They covered where the line went, and they covered the extensions to the homes. But a lot of streets, if you drive up them nowadays, it's like that because they were never fixed. And so it's a little frustrating to us to think, okay, we're going to get the sewer and you're going to fix the streets, and then the streets never get fixed. I guess I would just say, I'm hoping that we don't get into the same situation here with this project where we're going to have to dig up the street to some degree. I don't know how much or whatever.
So I can just, maybe the comment, maybe I can just answer a couple of things.
Okay.
So when you dig up a sewer, you have to dig up fairly wide. So you've got to put it in and you've got to go 5 to 6 feet deep, in some places deeper.
Right, and I understand that.
We're talking an inch to an inch and a half wide and 18 inches deep, 16 inches deep. It will be filled with flowable fill when they're done and capped. We're talking very minor. In some areas,
So, I mean,
it'll be in the
if we do
dirt,
this on
but
both sides of the street, there won't be any cross cutting.
there will be some cross because it will service. We went out, Rob and I went out and toured the facility, their process of doing this, because both Rob and I come from a public works type of background. I come from 10 years in heavy highway construction. I want our roads to be good. And we have, it'll be capped, and as we're running it, if it's not done right, we hold the purse strings of making sure that it is, and we know what right looks like.
Well, that's just a concern, and maybe it's not near the concern with this as it was with the sewer, but that is something that I would like that we deal with and that we consider. Another thing I'd like to know, and I don't know, maybe you've already done this, and I'm sorry, I'm probably late to the table, but have we looked at other cities that have actually done this, and are they successful? I keep hearing that Provo has done this and that they're always having to subsidize the payment out of the general fund or some fund because the revenue is just not there. Have we looked at other areas that have done this, and do we know that they're actually successful, that they're actually able to do it?
There's a number of cities that do it. That one of the differences is who owns the infrastructure. So you can take the last 9 cities that went with Utopia. They are all on track and paying, but by the time the city backs the infrastructure, guarantees the bond, and at the end of the day, doesn't own anything. The city in that model,
Okay, they back the
Back
bond,
the
but they
bond.
don't own it. You're saying in this one, we will own it.
we'll own the infrastructure when we're done, which is different, because at that point, then we have ownership of something and an asset that we could then use, and we're not at the mercy of building it for somebody just to operate it independent of us. And Utopia being made up of ownership of 8 cities, so they are doing it on that side. They did in their early stage enter into a lot of debt, and they are paying that. But
they are actually they're cash flowing and they're able to.
Those
make
are cash
payments.
flowing.
That was a question that I think we just need to look at. The other thing that I think we ought to at least think about, and again, I know that you've probably looked at a lot of these things, but I looked at the balance sheet for Providence City, and I think we're in a fairly healthy cash position. Do we need to bond for the whole thing? I mean, maybe we should, because we will get such a cheap rate, but I think we really ought to look at that. I mean, part of my concern was that, and I know you're all concerned, I'm not faulting anybody here, but a couple of years ago, we had a really steep property tax increase. And I talked to Dennis Giles, who was on the council at the time, and he says, you know what are we supposed to do? Our bill went from 70,000 to $500,000 with Logan City. And so I just accepted that. But then I started looking at the balance sheet and thought, if you really needed that, why did our cash and whatever increase by a couple of $1 million over the last couple of years? And again, I know there's reasons that I don't understand. All I'm saying is maybe we should look at financing part of it, or paying for part of it with money that we already have.
So here's part of the answer. We are obligated to generate and build reserves over time. You brought up the sewer system and that, Lynn, nobody on the city staff was around back then, but I think 38 years ago or something like
It's a
that.
long time ago,
Probably that. So at some point in time,
probably 30 years ago or 28 or something. like
I remember it was with
Remember.
Nate Bell.
okay. So anyway, at some point in time, Rob and his public works staff are going to have to plan to replace what's in the ground. And we are obligated to set aside money to replace it.
And I realize
So
that.
that's why the cash balance builds up, but it's not free money.
Well, and that's what I said. I understand that. I
So-
know there's things that I don't understand, but all I'm doing is saying we need to look at those.
Right.
So
Mayor,
anyway, thank you.
Okay, you bet. Thank you, Lynn. By the way, Lynn Lemon used to be our county CEO. I don't know how many terms you served, Lynn, but you were
5 terms.
5 terms, that'd be 20 years, right? Thank you.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Anyone
Mayor?
else want to comment? Oh, Christina, you got
Yeah, I just have
Or
one
something's not working.
Can you hear it?
Can you hear me?
Again.
Can you hear me?
All right, hold on.
You can't hear me?
your lips are moving.
You can't hear me.
Hold on. Now try it.
Now can you hear me?
Now try it.
I'm gonna type in my chat and then Ryan can,
Oh,
There was something.
she's alive.
You there?
okay. So can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay, so also, Mr. Lemon, one of your comment about the city funds and how we built reserves and you know, that you and I had the conversation about that tax increase that was not popular or fun for any of us. But also what happened in the last 5 years is that the city used a lot of those funds in the different accounts to buy the building that we're sitting in right now. It was very controversial. And then we had to pay to remodel it. So that was a large amount of money that came out of those funds. That was the previous mayor.
So if we can borrow, to Lynn's point, we can borrow from our reserve funds and we can self-finance. But I would think Ryan and I would agree there's probably a limit and we couldn't finance this whole thing. So the council's had that discussion before and we chose to finance 100% with the bond issue. The interest rates are exceptionally favorable right now. And so we're taking advantage. If the interest picture was different, we'd probably make a different decision right now. Thank you, Christina. Anyone else from the public like to comment? Public hearing.
While they're thinking or coming up, if I can respond to the case studies. Rather than returning your call, I called Ryan and said, will you talk to Mr. Lemon? I think you'll answer all of his questions. But I am happy to talk to you too. I just felt like he could answer your questions better than me. But there's some really profound bad examples of fiber in Utah, Provo being one of them. There's others that we have the pleasure of learning from but there's also some really good examples. So we're looking at the different case studies and trying to not duplicate any of the mistakes. But there's some cities who've had really great success and huge take rates. And we feel as if the upside could be pretty awesome for our city.
Anyone else from the audience here? Okay. We'll move on to any comments we have online. I think we had some people that wanted to speak on Zoom.
I don't see any comments from those. If they'll raise their hand if they want to comment. I don't have
They need
any.
to raise their hand. They need to,
Well, yeah, they'll raise their hand and let me know, but
maybe they're figuring out it's pretty user friendly. So, do we have any comments on YouTube that, don't see any there?
no,
Okay.
we have 4 people watching on YouTube or on YouTube, but
So,
no
Scarlett,
comments.
do
at
we
this
have
point.
any emails or text messages?
All of the information that we've received has been passed on to the council. I don't have anything
Beyond those?
new.
All right. I thought we had some people on Zoom that wanted to speak.
We did have some people request links. They were sent and Ryan has checked and we're not finding.
Okay, we're not seeing you. Okay. So, that would mean we have no further comments to entertain for the public hearing. Unless I hear otherwise. Ryan, we good?
I think we're good.
All right, on that note, we will move on. We appreciate the comments. We appreciate all the questions we get, and we appreciate people that bring us concerns. So on that note, we'll just go ahead and move on. And so the next item, as I mentioned earlier, is the actual resolution on the bonds. And let me just go ahead and read this. This is Resolution 007-2021 Revenue Bond Series 2021. Consideration for adoption of a resolution of the City Council of Providence City, Utah, authorizing a preliminary official statement. That's the key phrase there. An official statement and other documents required in connection with the issuance and sale of not more than $8.5 million aggregate principal amount of municipal energy taxes, sales use taxes, and telecommunications fee revenue bond series 2021 and related matters. So we've had an introduction from Ryan, and we can have further discussion. I think we've addressed this may be a couple of points that Lynn brought up we might want to add, but why don't I call for a motion on this so we can move forward, and we'll discuss and decide if we want to call for a vote. I have a motion, council members, on resolution 007-2021.
I can make a motion that we approve item number 2, resolution 007-2021 revenue bonds.
Motion from council member Kirk. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from council member Seeley. Okay, further discussion. Lynn, one of the things about that Provo story is it's from April of 2008. One of the things that's happened in 12 years is the demand for bandwidth has just absolutely exploded. The other thing that was kind of interesting, we've had this discussion for almost 2 years now, started with the previous council, that when the new council came on board shortly thereafter, the COVID emergency arose, and we found that more people were spending time at home, more kids were spending time away from school and learning from home, and the demand has gone through the roof. Because when kids are done with their homework, they do some activities that gobble up huge amounts of bandwidth. So timing wise, we had already started the discussion. The new council came in and said, we want to continue the discussion on fiber. So we did move forward. We've had several visitors here do presentations. Utopia was here. We've had council discussions. We've had a feasibility study done by Zions Bank. There's some other documents. We have a technical advisory committee that has issued 3 reports. Ryan, there's some others there, but there is a web page, city web page dedicated to the fiber project. And those documents are there for anyone, any resident or anyone else to review. We will continue to add to that as we progress. We still have a fair amount of work to do. So on that note, I would encourage everybody who hasn't had a chance and has interest in what's going on with fiber is to read those documents that are linked on this particular page here.
I would just, the link is fairly simple, so I would just read that, Mayor, if you would. It's providencecity.com/fiber.
I feel like if you've reviewed the information that's been put out by the city and you still have questions or concerns or things that you don't understand, please reach out to the council and to the city staff, because it is our goal to make sure that everyone has a full and clear understanding of what we intend to do and how this should work for the community. And if you have misgivings or concerns or things that you don't understand, we are eager and anxious to educate the public and our residents and to make sure that everyone knows how it's planned to work and the impact that it will have on individuals and homes and families and residents. So if you have questions that are not addressed on the city website, we want to know what those gaps are so that we can address them and so that people feel educated and they feel like they understand it as crystal clear as possible so that we can address any concerns that any of the residents have.
Mayor, may I make a follow-up comment?
Sure, Scarlett, go ahead.
We want to provide really good service to the people that call in and ask their questions. But it is kind of a complex issue. And so we've talked with the staff. We've let them know what the council's thinking and how they're doing. But we've requested the staff that when they get those questions, that those questions won't be handled right on the spot. So I hope people will be patient. We will get them to Ryan and make sure that, or to you, depending on who they ask for, and make sure that those questions are handled as quickly as possible, but as accurately as possible. And we also talked about perhaps putting together a frequently asked questions Q&A type sheet that we will publish as we start to get questions and move forward. But I just want people to understand, we want to be responsive and we want to do it in an efficient but accurate manner. So most of the questions will be directed to Ryan after messages are taken and we can get back to them.
And to that one, we do have a frequently asked questions. We'll add as new questions come. That just to clarify her
Right.
point, but yeah.
Yeah, I said, right.
That's right.
I'd like to add a comment to that too. I appreciate the Scarlett's and Janelle's comments, because we really do want people to understand what the proposal is and to know if they're on board with it or if they're not on board with it. And one way or another, we can help resolve concerns, and or in fact, we can, if there's valid points, we can consider them. We're not all the most savvy on what we're going down with, and this is huge. This is a big project. This is more expensive than the sewer when it went in. This is a big project, and we really need the people to step up and learn what this is about and let us know how they feel. Ryan, how much have we got invested in this now financially?
You know, we have a lot of time. We have some commitments up to this point, up to the point of an agreement. Strata had done all of their work for free. So we, at this point, our out-of-pocket cost is really what is coming from the bonding attorneys preparing the documents to review tonight. That's where our real start and costs are starting to domino. And we're in 20 to 30,000 in preparing documents. And so we're starting down the road. It will balloon quicker and quicker as this project goes forward. But a lot of it up to this point has been a lot of good technical experience for not a lot of cost up to this point, but a lot of time spent.
So if we approve tonight what is before us, we'll just start down the road of a financial investment that we won't want to return from.
At this point, we're making those dominoes. The council has approved a contract that has started that domino for construction. But if we haven't already passed the point, as a friend said, you know, at some point we're pregnant with this, we've got to go all the way to delivery. And we're getting awfully close to that point if we haven't already passed it. We haven't quite had the ultrasound to know whether it's a boy or girl, but we're moving down that road. We've approved contracts. So at this point, if we back out of a bond, we do have a penalty to back out because there is some costs starting to engage into supplies and prep.
That people are taking this bond now or in the fiber optics. We're getting more comments. People are coming forth and expressing their concerns. We've had pretty positive feedback up to this point, but yet in the last little while, we've seen people coming up with other comments and concerns. I would like to see us somehow try and resolve concerns with those before we go forward, because I really would like to see more unity in the city moving forward with this. And sometimes those negative comments can cause a pretty good fissure in the city. And I have mixed feelings about it, but I think it's positive. I would sign up for it. I think it has merit for me. But I have also talked with many who are now starting to approach and ask and say in comments that, such as Don Calderwood and others who have written emails and stuff like that, things are coming up. And I'm wondering, before we vote on this, and again, I don't know exactly our time frame, but would it be wise to give it another month to see what more comes up and see if we can get people to talk to us more? Or do we, and both for and against, this thing, because ultimately we've got to make a decision. We're going to spend their money. We really are, and they're going to spend their money.
So two things on that. To their first, all that I've received, I have tried and worked to respond to, and I've spent more than half the day probably responding back to questions and issues that I've received. So I have worked very diligent to make sure that they are getting respect and response, and hopefully those that I have responded to are happy with the response to get information. I believe that that's helpful. Hopefully the council is responding to those that they get. As far as tonight's, this isn't the last decision, and this doesn't bind you to taking out the loan. It does get documents prepared that will be used in association with taking out the loan, but it is not the actual signing to take out a loan. So tonight is not irreversible, or doesn't lock you into actually taking the money, because we haven't determined the amount we need to take. The parameter says up to 8.5, but that's not the exact amount. We don't have that number quite yet, because we still need to work out financing details. So this is not the end number, if that makes sense. So, but that will come, and we expect that would be another month down the road, or two, depending on how documents get prepared and get ready. But you've got at least another month or two before that comes.
So one of the main concerns that I've heard, and really I'm not in the circle of people who are expressing concerns to me, personally. So I'm just getting the email concerns. And that's the $10. I can't breathe when I'm talking. That's the $10 a month. Or whatever we choose to have the base fee be. And there's a discussion coming later tonight on that. But I've spent the day agonizing over this. I've called Ryan multiple times just today, let alone the 2 hours yesterday, just going through numbers and wanting to get it right. And as I think about it and consider what's going to happen, it's very probable that when this happens in Providence, that Comcast and other internet service providers are going to drop their fees. And so people will be paying $10 extra for this infrastructure in the city, but their other internet bills are going to go down. And so there needs to be recognition that there will be a balance that comes into place. And eventually, I believe that everyone in Providence who uses internet will be saved money. So there's that maybe 1%, I don't know. 98% of statistics are made up on the spot. That very small percentage of people who don't use internet at all, who won't benefit. But such a huge share will, and even those people who don't use internet at all will still benefit from what will most likely be an increase in their home value because we now have fiber in Providence. And so that cost benefit, there's a balance. And I think there might be a misunderstanding when people see, oh, the city's gonna charge us $10 extra, that's $120 a month. I mean, a year, that it's going to balance out somewhere else. That's my understanding.
I have a couple of comments. So right now we're just going to move forward with the preliminary offering statement, right, Ryan?
Sorry, go ahead. What was that again?
So, but what we're talking about right now is just the preliminary offering statement, correct?
The preliminary offering statement is what we're talking about.
Okay, so are some of these discussions need to be held for our other agenda item? Because I have a few things I'd like to say, but I wonder if it's best to move forward with a vote on this and then discuss the fees and things later on the agenda.
Fees are later on the agenda. So if it's fee specific, that's probably best. If it's bond specific and the preliminary official statement specific, then this would be the time.
Then I would propose that we would vote on this and then discuss further later in the agenda.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Lynn brought up a number of things that had to do with things beyond just the bonds. And I think as far as the council getting comfortable around this particular issue, there are issues that go beyond the just the bonds, the technical side of this, which I understand, and we do need to move forward. And we did want to address Lynn's questions, and they're all the good questions that we needed to address. So, but I'm fine with moving on. I'll just let the rest of the council know. I think we'll have a robust discussion when we do get to the pricing side. We've had robust discussions among city staff and council members, and it continues, and I think we're getting closer, but I'm fine with that. Council members if you're ready to vote on this, we can move forward. But this is just the bond issue, and so it's the preliminary official statement from Providence City. That's what we're voting on. We can vote on that now.
I'm ready.
If you're comfortable and you're ready to vote. You saying?
Yeah, I just want to have, as long as we're going to discuss fiber, this topics for sure later on, which I think we have planned.
We're starting and ending with
Yes.
fiber.
We're going to be doing that for a while. Brent, you want to vote on this so we can move forward?
Ready to vote.
Okay. Why don't I call for a vote? We do have a motion on the table So all in favor of approving resolution 007-2021, which is the authorizing the preliminary official statement from Providence City, signify by saying aye.
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 Nay. Passes unanimous. Thank you all for that, and we will move on. We have the general public comment portion here. If anybody would like to comment on something that's not on the agenda, any general comments about potholes or any other, I've gotten a couple of those. Rob has too. We've heard about people's cul-de-sacs, and more than happy to entertain any member of the public who'd like to comment, either in the audience, on YouTube, text message, or email. Please indicate so by raising your hand if you're in the audience, or Scarlett and Ryan will let us know if we've got any other incoming.
I don't.
Nothing.
See anything here in the audience? Scarlett has nothing. Ryan?
Nope.
See nothing. Okay, all right, we're good. So let's close the public comment portion. And we'll go on ahead. We have a non-fiber discussion. This is a bid award. It's an administrative item, so it's pretty straightforward. Resolution 008-2021 bid award. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution awarding the bid for construction of a 1.5 million gallon water storage tank. So this is an administrative, it's not a legislative policy-making discussion. It's looking at the bids we received from yesterday's bid opening and approving the low bidder. Ryan, you want to lead us in where this discussion is going, and then after we've heard from you, then we'll call for motions and further discussion if necessary, and a vote.
Sure. We had a great turnout for our required pre-bid. Rob, how many do you think we counted? 30, 25?
Almost 30.
Which was a great amount. We had 7 bids, and in the end, Spindler Construction Corporation came in as a low bid, and their total bid was $1,798,081. We would recommend that we approve this bid and proceed towards a notice of award, and then allow the city staff to issue the notice to proceed when they're prepared.
Anything you want to add? Just a formality, or we by the way, we had quite a spread, and we had 1.8 million to 3.9 million.
Yeah, I just want to add that we went over all the bids quite closely. Max, our city engineer, and Ryan and I both, and we met with Spindlers today as well. And so we've done our homework, went through all the different bid tabulations and kind of looked at things, and overall, we're all feeling very comfortable with the turnout and how the numbers shook out. And so I would also entertain recommending Spindlers be awarded. Any questions related to the process? It's been a busy couple of weeks related to the process at this point.
Thank you to those who went through the bids and worked on the matrix and figured it all out. Like, I know that takes hours, and we appreciate you doing all that homework for us.
That's always a fun time to see what's going to be in those envelopes. And see who did what. That's pretty interesting.
It is interesting, and Ryan hides the numbers until the very end, and how much they bid.
Yeah, this one was a little different than that because it is numbers. But yeah, we like to make sure the numbers are opened all together. We did have a Zoom meeting, and we had a great turnout for that. And we did open them publicly, so everybody saw as we opened them and read them aloud. And So it was a good process, and we've got some good bids. We're happy.
Can you remind us what our grant amount was for?
So to clarify, it was a low interest loan. Not a grant, but anyway, 1,990,000. So this comes in under that number. So this will give us money to fund the construction and a little engineering work. So the engineer will be happy that they actually get paid too.
There's something the puzzle that we're doing in-house as well. So some of the components as far as specialty valves, SCADA system components, and some engineering type work and stuff. Making things intertwine with our current system will be more. So there will be some dollars on top of this, but not a lot.
But well within our number.
Rob, has Spindler's done any work on a tank for us in the past?
Not a tank, but they have a lot of experience, actually. I was going through that with them today. They've actually built 4 or 5 different very large similar tanks. A lot of work they've done up on USU. They have a lot of related experience. And we've worked with them on a couple of projects, like they were the general for our pickleball courts. I think they did something else in Providence before I worked here as well, but they've been really good to work with. What I know of them, they've done a good job. They're easy to work with.
Are they local to the valley?
Yes.
Council, can I call for a motion on the bid?
I'll make a motion there.
Okay. Motion from Councilmember Staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Kirk. Why don't we call for a vote? All in favor?
I
Okay. Nay, anyone? Unanimous. Bid award passes. Thank you. Annexation and land development, item number 4. Administrative resolution 009/2021 petition for annexation for further consideration. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution accepting a petition for annexation for further consideration for parcel number 02117-0022 containing 10 acres adjacent to the south boundary of Providence City, the general area of 600 South Garden Drive, owned by Dave Matthews and Carol Ann Lichty. And I know Dave Matthews, and he says he and his sister own this property. Last month, we had a similar agenda item, and what we were asking, we were being asked to consider is to hand this back to the city staff for further review, research, and to come back to the council with a resolution, which Scarlett explains every time. And we're not actually approving an annexation. We're not approving any zoning. We're just handing it back to the staff and said, please look into this for us, come back to the council, and in a future council meeting, we will consider the annexation petition from the developer. So on that note, I'm going to call for a motion on this one, and then we'll go into some further discussion. I think we have the developer here who's here to answer any questions that come up. I have a motion on this resolution.
I'll make a motion for item number 4, resolution 009-2021, petition for annexation for further consideration.
Motion from Council Member Seeley. Do I have a second?
second.
Second from Council Member Kirk. I think everybody got a map of where this is in the city. This is the southwest part of Providence. Millville, just south of the property boundary, Scarlett, I think it is.
Millville is just south of the property.
Okay.
Well, technically, this property, it's county. It's south of,
Currently, it's county. And it's in our future annexation plan.
I'm sorry, I was looking for an email that the person wanted it read into the minutes. But this, do you have one that came to the city? This isn't addressed to the city that I have. Well, Ryan's gonna look that up for me. There was a question about noticing. As the mayor explained, this is not annexing. And state code is not always easy to follow. It's got lots of little innuendos in it. One of the things in state code, when you go to the annexation petition, in big bold letters, annexation petition, noticing. Well, the first part of that is all about what has to happen in a county of the first class. In a county of the first class, there are some pretty strict requirements on noticing that is to take place prior to a petition even being submitted. Cache County is not a county of the first class. Counties, just like cities, are classified in the state of Utah based on population. I believe that Cache County's population would put them in the second class city zone, but I'm not positive. I didn't take time to look that up, but definitely not in the first class. Did you find it, Ryan?
I did. It was sent to a council member and forwarded. So it didn't come to the official recorder or to the city's site. So it is at this point third hand.
Okay, so we won't read that in then, but I will address, as I said, the noticing. So in a county of, or excuse me, in a city, since the county is not a county of the third class or the first class, we don't have to do that initial noticing that looks like it's required for everybody. And I totally understand why somebody looking at that code would think that Providence, or not Providence, because it's the applicant and it's the county that's responsible for that noticing. But I can understand why someone would think that the noticing didn't go out. But we are following state code. If you approve this resolution tonight and accept this for further consideration, then that starts a clock moving. And the county, Providence City, our city, or the county, the city recorder, and the city attorney review the petition and make sure that it's accurate. And then the city recorder is designated as the person that certifies the petition. So I actually write a letter that the council and the county council will receive that says that the petition is accurate, and then we can move forward. But even if I write that letter, it is still not annexed. It still has a public hearing. It still has a bunch of noticing. It still has a bunch of publication. It goes through the time process. So this is a very preliminary, early on decision. And the reason why we make it, why they have you make it now is because if for whatever reason you have no interest in going down the annexation path at this point, there's no point to have invested that time and money on a staff part, on an applicant part. So that's what this is. And once, if you approve this, once the petition is certified, we will definitely make sure the notices go out as required. So the noticing requirements will be met. And once again, I do understand the confusion on it, but we are just following state code for our type of county and city. Any questions? We do have the applicants that are the petitioners. They are here. If you have any questions for them. The mayor did describe where it is. It's 10 acres. This piece of property does have a CMPO planned road, which is on the city's master plan to extend through and eventually meet up with, I believe it's 330 West in Millville, the road that comes out from the high school. So it will kind of, we'll have to work on the design with this developer, and then the properties further to the south, we'll have to also look at that, but they won't be in Providence probably. So So we will let Millville work with them, but we have talked with Millville's representatives from Millville City. We spoke with Corey Tweet, their city recorder, and Kira, I just went blank. There's city planner. And she's also the secretary of their planning commission. We talked with them a bit about it. They acknowledge where the road's coming because of the way Gateway came through. Long history. Gateway had several options how that road was going to come through and get in from Logan into Providence to get first east through in through Providence and then eventually to Millville through Nibley and all the way to have an alternate to 165. And when they finally decided on the route, it shifted it just a tad to the east. And so our master plan shows that Gateway Drive extending, and it will hit Garden Drive at 300 South is where it hits Garden Drive, and then it will extend through this property and eventually, like I said, hit 330 West in Millville. These developers are aware of that. They know that that's part of the deal. The other thing that they are going to be asking you for that's in their petition that I do want to make mention of, the master plan shows this property as mixed use. That's based on the fact that Millville City zoned the university property, and then which is the grayer kind of property there. And then the green property, that's town center. I believe the green property that Ryan's circling the mouse on. And then the grayer property that's the university, it's also a type of commercial property, but I don't think they call it town center. I can't remember what they called it. So when our planning commission was looking at the future zoning, and they looked at Millville's existing zoning and their plans, they felt like that a transition area would work in this area. And so that's the reason they went mixed use. However, the developer at this point is feeling like that would be a difficult piece for mixed use, and they're looking at multifamily high density zoning. So if you choose to move forward with this resolution, one of the other things that will happen, since that zoning designation is different than what the general plan says, we will also schedule a public hearing in the planning commission, not to discuss the annexation per se, but to discuss the zoning, the change of zoning from what the master plan, or excuse me, the general plan calls out. So like I said, there will be more public hearings, more noticing. We'll make sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's.
Scarlett?
Yes, Christina.
Well, I think I asked Ryan this earlier today. Is Kathleen Alder in the audience?
Yes, she is.
Kathleen, how far out do you think it is until we have revisited our mixed use ordinance?
We have some plans to bring in some experts, developers, people who can give us some feedback on mixed use and what kinds of things work in there. I don't think that we're talking about doing like a big wholesale change, but we don't know that until we get more information. I don't think anybody's made up their mind about what it is and what it isn't. We're just truly trying to gather information to decide what would work best for the mixed use. The planning commission is discussing it in open meetings, Christina. They've held 2 discussions on it. We'll hold this workshop with professionals and have more information after that for you.
And Kathleen, you guys are discussing the density, right?
That's part of it. So there's a lot of stuff on the table that we're looking at.
Okay, and so while I have the mic, I'll just say my piece and then be done. I vaguely remember this annexation plan. Of course, now that I look at this, and maybe the developers can help me, those are big units of condos right in the middle of that, right?
Oh, good. We can hear you better. Give us your name and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Michael Jewell. My partner Kevin Allen is here with us as well. I think the plan that the site plan that we submitted. Do you have a copy of that by chance, Scarlett?
It's in the pack, it's in what you're talking about was in the feasibility report.
Oh, yeah.
Shows some fiveplexes and some fourplexes, and then it shows these huge blocks, and I assume those are condos.
So in a mixed use setting, I think it would probably have to go vertical like that. Our thought with the mixed use would be some amount of verticality. Our intention would be in the multifamily high to move away from that. Our multifamily high request essentially, certainly we could get the ultra high density, we could go vertical, and I think the code allows like 39 units an acre, which is as you know, pretty high density. I don't. Again, we looked at the multifamily high because we thought it would be a better fit for the neighborhood, a better fit for the city. So we would avoid stacked condos in a multifamily high. And mixed use, it would have to be stacked.
Okay, so I just want to be fair and clear up front where my position would be so that you know moving forward how much energy and time to put into this. I would be in favor of annexing it. I would like to see this come in as single family high. I've said before that I'll never again in Providence vote for multifamily high. The density is too high. I think the density is way too high on our mixed use right now too. And in the area, just so that you know moving forward, I would definitely prefer to see this as a single family high. And that's all I have to say.
So single family high, just for the audience and the rest of the council, with 6,000 square foot lots and larger. What's the frontage?
I believe it's 60 feet. I'd have to verify that with the ordinance.
So just to get an idea of Brookside, if everybody knows where Brookside is, that's single family high zoning in that part of Providence. I wanted to add something Scarlett mentioned. I just want to clarify. She said CMPO. The CMPO is a cash metropolitan planning organization. It's most of the municipal mayors, not all the mayors, not the rural mayors. The MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, has a regional plan. So it's like a master transportation plan for Cache Valley. It is the major transportation corridors. One of the features of this particular plan, and I'll just start with Providence, is from Gateway Drive going south, connecting to Garden Drive to the border with Millville, and Millville will continue Garden Drive and go south, and ultimately this will go through Millville to the high school, and then from the high school go south, and ultimately at some point in time to Hiram. Going north from Providence, it's 100 west in Logan, and it connects to North Logan, and that's called Wolfpack Way. Wolfpack Way will be continued. There is not sure what stage is at, about $5.5 million to put Wolfpack Way through Hyde Park, eventually connect to Smithfield. So we've got an artery that parallels and takes a lot of traffic off Main Street. What we know is Main Street going through Logan. So that's on our master plan for Cache County. And that's how this particular parcel fits in. So whether this is Millville or whether it's the county, the master plan has this road going through and initially ultimately connecting to Ridgeline High School.
Can I ask a question, Mayor? I tried to look through what Millville has planned as we go on to further agenda items. There's a parcel to the east of Sunrise
Yes.
East of that, that is currently in Millville, and there's a disconnection in conjunction with that. But the feasibility study says, kind of references 700 South being an access point for this development. And where that's not Providence City, is that on the CMPO? Is there some planning in place that that road would actually be connected? Because from what my understanding is that that's in Millville's wheelhouse to handle and can't really be considered a viable access point for this proposed development. And so to me, it looks like it's a, as it stands, kind of a dead end at the end of Garden Drive with a ton of density kind of planned. It would connect to a Providence City street. But I think mixed use is not a good idea for that parcel, or high density, just because, well, there's several reasons, but one big reason to me is there's 4 or 5 parcels that have to be developed to connect Garden Drive through to like a high traffic road. So all of that density will be pushed out into the residents of like 500 South of Garden Drive, 480 West. I think it's 330 West. To put 139 units in that 10-acre parcel would not be, I don't think it would take into consideration existing neighborhoods and the impact that they would take from that. So I feel strongly with Christina, the highest density that I would feel comfortable with is single family high or less, because of what is currently existing, what's around it, and all the moving pieces that are there. I would love to add to our city, add to Providence, but I'm only comfortable with single family high or less.
Sure, go ahead, Brent.
As I look at this parcel, and I know it's right on the border of Millville and could easily go to Millville. We too would like to see it part of Providence, and that would be great. It is somewhat, when you go to the higher density like that, higher concentration, there doesn't seem to be access to any areas for the children, and there's going to be families in there with children. And this parcel doesn't show anything that would give consideration to a pocket park or anything where children might be and have a place to play. And if you start putting that street through there, that is a concern for the higher density, the number of children there. And so I too feel like that probably this is not the best design for that parcel. It's pretty packing them in there, and there's just almost, other than parking a car and asphalt, there's no place for people to be unless I'm missing something here. I think we need to, we can't count on Millville building park for us or something like that. There's no access unless they go down the end and back up to a park there on the east side of Sunrise Acres. There's a little pocket park there, but I just feel like that it would take quite a bit of massaging to get this so it would fit in what we've got there now with the children that would be there. I just think it needs to be massaged carefully. I couldn't support an annexation with high density at this time.
Sure.
Couple things.
Kevin
Allen, excuse me. Yeah, a couple of things. We're not asking for an approval of this site plan. All we're asking for right now is annexation. And frankly, it's against the law to consider what you think might go in there and deny annexation because of that. All we're asking for is the annexation. We're not asking anyone here to commit to this plan or commit to a certain density. All we're asking for is the annexation. That's it. To your concern about the roads going through, the problem you have with that is either the developers pay for the roads or the cities pay for the roads. So if Providence and Millville want to pay $15 to $20 million to put in the gateway, they can do that, or you can have developers pay for it. That's a common problem we have in developing, is either the cities have to pay for the roads or the developers pay for the roads. And this road is on the CMPO to go all the way from Smithville to the south end of the valley, to go right through that piece of property. So, with respect to your concerns about parks and things such as that, we haven't even gotten there. This is just very, very basic layout of what could go in there under mixed use. And as my partner said, we're not necessarily asking for mixed use. We're asking for less than that when the time comes. But for today, we're just asking for annexation into Providence. And if you want, it's on your master plan to have it annexed into Providence. If you want it in Providence, that's all we're asking for. And actually, all we're asking for is to begin the process of annexing. That's all we're doing tonight.
I think that's fair, but I wanted to echo what Christina said. I don't want you to spend all the effort and the expense and the energy to come in. I just want you to kind of have an idea of how the council feels.
Yeah, and that's fine. We'll take it one step at a time, and we'll follow the process. And that's all we're asking, frankly, tonight, is to follow the process, and then we'll work through it. It's that simple.
What would the zone be coming in then?
Well, on your master plan, it's mixed use. That's what the city council passed. They gave notice. I mean, that's on your master plan. But we're not asking for mixed use. And we're asking to be good neighbors as well. The problem you have, again, is to make it economically viable to develop and pay the prices that people want for their land. You've got to be able to have a certain amount of density that makes it economically viable to do that. Can I take this off? Oh, thank you. So it's sort of a balancing act to do that. And with property prices as high as they are now, that becomes a problem. So again, either the city pays for the roads, and you've been talking about spending millions on all sorts of different things. For that road to go through, the city would have to pay for it, or you have the developer pay for it when they develop the property.
Question, Kevin.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brent, did you have?
Well, you go ahead. You were probably gonna ask the same question. You go ahead, and then if not, I'll.
So I think I understand what you're saying, is you're saying based on the price the property owner is asking for the land, as a developer, it gives you certain parameters, and those parameters are, say, you run your numbers and you say, this is what I can build, and I can make a project that pencils out and makes us a decent return. So if it's priced really high, you're saying we have to get out our pencil and come up with something that's higher density. And if it doesn't, the council pushes back, then you and your partner, Michael, have to go back to the property owner and say, council says no go. I know the property owner, I think he's motivated, and say, Dave, not gonna fly.
Yeah.
We wanted to make a deal with you. And then to Christina's point and Janelle's point, they prefer single family, a different zone. You go back to Dave and say, this is the dollar figure that's going to work for us. This is the only thing the council is going to accept. If you want to make a deal, we as a developer want to make the deal, but this is what it has to be in order for what the council is willing to approve.
Yeah, and certainly we would do that.
In a nutshell, is that where you're at?
Yeah.
So
yeah. And part of the problem, or not problem, but part of the issue is that the reason cities have a master plan is to give the landowners an idea of what that property can be used for. And we're here based on your master plan and based on your annexation plans. And we're not asking you to do anything that you haven't already done. And when the time comes, we're actually going to ask you to do less than what you've already done. But we understand that things change, and we're not asking for a commitment to this plot or this layout. I mean, we understand that this isn't the first time we've done that. This is all we're asking for tonight, is to begin the annexation process. And then we'll go from there. Yeah.
On that road you were talking about there, if it was not designated through the CMBO road, it would probably require a road to be built to connect through in somewhat that similar fashion right there. So there'd be X amount of dollars the developer would have to put in to extend that road. Now, would it be a possibility that we work together? That a portion you pay, a portion we pay, or CMBO pays, in order to make that road to be the road that needs to be. So it's a combination of not just the city paying and not just the developer paying, but we work together to build the road that needs to be built.
Well, to that answer, I would say, in all of our developments that I've been a part of in the past, we always work with the city. We're not going to come here with a heavy hand and say, well, this is what your code says you have to do. We want to build communities that we're proud of and that people want to be a part of. But we also have to, in order to pay for those communities, we have to have a certain amount of density to do it. And this particular piece, we're just looking at the density that the city of Providence already overlaid on this piece, as well as their annexation plan. So to answer your question, Brent, yes, maybe we would do that if, depending on how everything worked out. And I'd say we work with the city on everything. I mean, we're not going to, we want to address the concerns of the city and density and everything else, but it's got to be able to economically be viable for us in the same breath. Any other questions? Thanks.
I don't have any more other than if you have any questions. I think it's important I would like to echo what Kevin said. We ask for a feasibility so that you can see what's possible. And that it's kind of a double-edged sword. We realize, and the developer realizes, everybody wants to go into this with their eyes open. However, sometimes because you see these feasibility plans, we start getting the horse and the carts mixed up. We have not reviewed this plan for any kind of adherence to the city code other than looking at it. Right now, we haven't even really looked at it, because if you turn it down, there would have been no point to have had professional staff weigh in on this and enter into those expenses at this point. So there's nothing in here that's representing, it's representing conceptually what is possible, but they will have to stay within the city code. They'll have to meet our construction ordinances. They'll have to meet our specifications. They'll have to meet our design requirements. And nothing has been reviewed at this point for that type of thing. We are not at that point. We are at the general plan point where you're looking at it, you're deciding, do we want to move forward with this annexation as shown in our annexation plan and our general plan? And that's the only point really that we're at. I don't want anyone to get the misconception that staff has reviewed this based on our city code and development ordinances. Staff has reviewed this enough to say, yep, they gave us a complete petition. We don't know if it's accurate or not. That's what the next 30 days will tell us if you approve it. If it's not, they get a chance to fix it, and then we can move forward, or they can withdraw. So this really is just opening the door. It is not committing to anything at this point. So that's, and I appreciate you wanting the developers to go in to understand where your hearts are and where your feelings are. But we do need to remember the process, and you'll have some more time at a different stage in the process to reiterate some of that feeling that you've got.
I have a question. I'm in favor of annexation. It continue, but I want to make sure that it's not coming in as mixed use zone. If it is, then I feel like we need to wait on annexation, because that's why we've asked the planning and zoning to look at mixed use, because we're all like, oh wait, this zone is not what we thought it was. And we even asked planning and zoning to look at high density and get rid of it 6 months ago. And that was me and Christina, who are probably the most developer friendly, and recognize the need for the housing shortage. We just want to make sure that we're not going to be trapped into anything.
At this point, I think we've gone a lot down the rabbit hole, too far to a point. At this point, they're asking for consideration of an annexation. We're not adopting the annexation. And realistically, it is highly unusual for a council to have adopted a annexation policy plan and not consider. I mean, this would be, in most situations, would be a very 30-second. Yep, we'll move on. It's in our annexation policy plan.
The timer is set for 30 seconds.
Yep. I'll be done with my 30 seconds. At that point, it probably would have been a 30-second discussion. So.
It was super. I do have one more question. So on our resolution, first off, it's 000. I don't think that matches what's on the.
We're not passing a resolution. That's kind of a template. So Scarlett has the actual resolution if we approve the annexation.
No, there is a resolution, and you are correct, Brent. It's in the footnote as 008, but I guess I didn't save the, I guess I didn't change the top.
So in the on the agenda, it's 009, but you're correct. In the packet, it does say 000.
Yeah.
It is 009.
No, this is the resolution to authorize the staff to go forward. Yeah.
This is where I guess I misunderstood. Is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 or 7 bullets point down. It says petitioner requesting the city council assign a multifamily high zone. So if we're not signing that zone and we're going to work with the zone, massage it and so forth, let's fine. Let's just bring it in and annex it. You guys can work with it. But it looked like to me from the resolution, it was going to be assigned a multifamily high zone.
Not as part of this resolution, but that is what they asked for on their petition. But this resolution is just setting out the preliminary steps. It's sort of similar to that resolution you just passed on the bonding. We have to at least get something on the table, give you enough information that you can make an intelligent decision on moving forward or not. And we do ask them, because state code does say that when the cities annex, they assign a zone. And it used to be that it was automatically ag, and then they had to petition for a particular zone. But the way the state code reads now, the cities can assign a zone that is similar in the area where you already have a general plan. And I realize that there's some frustration with that general plan right now. We're just trying to move this step, and these gentlemen understand that step. They understand they want something a little bit different than the general plan. That's where we're at. You are not assigning a zone with this. You're not annexing. You're just giving staff the approval or the permission to start researching and see if this petition is really accurate and a viable petition is really all this is doing. And then once we say, yeah, this is a viable petition, then that's when we start the publication process. You'll hold a public hearing. There's a protest period that's involved. All of that type of stuff will go forward. And then at the end of the day, if you decide you don't want to annex, you don't have to annex. But and that gives you quite a bit of time to massage and think and work with the developer and the zone. But remember, at this point, we are not at the subdivision point. We are not at the multifamily design standard point. We are at the annexation point, and we're not at annexation. We're at, can we start looking at this petition in serious?
So we have an agenda item, and that agenda item asks the council to consider the petition.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
There is nothing on this agenda item that asks us to discuss or consider zoning. So we were off agenda.
Well,
Let's vote.
So we can, what Scarlett's saying, simply put, we can still say no. We can wait, see what the developer comes back with. We can have a conversation with the developer in a future council meeting. The planning commission's got some work they're doing. They'll probably come back with them between now and then and tell us where they're at. So we need to stick to the agenda, and that is, do we want to consider the petition? I've heard everybody say, we'd like to see this in Providence. So as far as I'm concerned, if that's the case, then that's as far as we need to go with this discussion.
The motion's been made, we're there to ready to vote.
Right, so we're ready to vote. Good. All right. All in favor of approving the resolution 009-2021, signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone say nay? Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. And we'll move on. Okay, this is in a similar part of the city, and if you got your map up on the GIS, it's right to the east, short distance. This is item number 5. This is an administrative item. It's a boundary line adjustment resolution 010-2021. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on resolution indicating the intent of Providence City Council to adjust a common boundary with Millville City involving parcel 02-117-0020 containing 0.67 acres located approximately 645 South 200 West, owned by Z as in Zebra Square Holdings LLC. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion on this boundary adjustment. Scarlett can pull it up. I see it on the screen right here in front of us. And I'm going to call for a motion on this resolution from the council. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve item number 5, resolution 010-2021 municipal boundary line adjustment.
Motion from Council Member Seeley. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Council Member Stuff. Discussion. Scarlett, you want to?
so this is very similar, only a little bit in reverse to what you just did.
We can all see this here, or you can point to it. Who's got the pointer there?
Okay,
See it back here if you want a pointer.
all right.
There you go.
As in, this resolution is just saying you're going to consider. It's your intent that you're going to adjust, but you haven't adjusted yet. If you approve this resolution, then, which you don't have to, again, this is not something you have to do. And we do have, Michael Zollinger is here tonight, if representing Z Squared Holdings, if you have questions for the applicant. But in order to start this process, if you would be willing to consider adjusting this boundary with Millville, you need to pass this resolution. And then again, it starts a publication, a noticing process, and the public hearing process. It starts all of that stuff down the track. So this doesn't commit us to anything at this point. It says that it's your intent, but then you will go forward and take public comment and things like that as we go down the road on this process. And at the end of the day, both Providence and Millville have to agree to do this in order for it to happen. So this is just asking you if you are interested in at all in honoring this request to, or not honoring, in considering this request to change this boundary, you need to pass this resolution.
So that block line going east-west would shift and go up to the first orange east-west line.
Right.
And that property just to the north is in Providence.
Yes. This little rectangle you're looking at is currently in Providence, but the black line would shift and be to the north just a little bit. The property, oops, we lost the map for a second. That's okay. So right now you've kind of got that L shape of property there. You will still have an L shape, but I want to make sure that you understand this little piece is that we're looking at would move from Providence to Millville. Everything of the rest of that big green L is now in Millville. Millville annexed it about 2 months ago, I think. 2 months ago, Millville went through that process and annexed that. So that's what you're considering, is whether to allow that little green triangle, or excuse me, little green rectangle to move into Millville.
Well, I think there's been similar requests made of Millville. Like I know in the Highlands, or I believe in the Highlands, there's been a similar request for a piece that Millville wouldn't, that was in the same subdivision, that Millville wouldn't be annexed. So I think that there needs to be some give and take. Or I think there's been also some other requests for de-annexation, so that things could be moved into Providence. And so I think it's a reasonable request, but I think that Millville could return the favor with a few of the requests that have been made of them.
My only concern, and maybe Mr. Longer can speak to this, is there a plan for that Sunrise Acres Road to connect out to that second west with the development of this? Because currently, as it stands, there's a private lane coming down. And I want to have access for the residents of Providence to get out to those main roads, 200 West. That's a concern that I have.
Yeah, good question. So that whole private lane went to a lawsuit, and there was a judgment put against it that it would remain a private lane, and that there would only be 3 more accesses on that private lane. And so Millville City has chosen to leave that as a private lane right now. I don't know what they'll choose to do in the future, but that's gone before planning and zoning and before city council, and they've chosen to leave that as a private lane.
I think what she's asking is, we have our 700
You probably need the mic.
I'm sorry. Our 700 South, which is in Sunrise Acres, is built. It is a partial road. I mean, it's wider than half a road. It's wide enough for 2 cars. That's in Providence. It's not on this private road. What Janelle, Councilmember Celia, is asking is, would that 700 South continue? The private road, and the property owners, whatever they want to do with that, that's fine. But would that road continue and connect with what is, well, I guess the road changes along with this, Scarlett, with the annexation. It's our 200 West. It's a county road also, and I think it's Main Street in Millville. So in other words, to those people that live in Sunrise Acres and the new development we were just talking to these gentlemen about, have access to go east and get out of that development.
Yeah, as it stands now, no. The way that bigger parcel is divided up is it's going to be 3 1/2 acre lots. And then if, the council's amenable to it, there would be 2 acre lots on the far east side.
So how would they access?
The 2 on the far east would just access via 200 West or Main Street, whether you're in Providence.
Okay, in the north, they would access Providence?
So the 2 on the far east would access the road via Main Street or
Right.
200 West. The 3 would access via the private lane.
So what about to the north? Where the cursor is right now.
Hasn't been determined by
Okay.
Millville City.
But I mean, if I bought property there, I'd want to connect there too. So they'd be connecting in Providence.
Yeah, I can't speak for that. It's not part of our,
So,
Currently a county parcel, are you talking about 015?
to the north, the Guyman's land.
yeah. So is that part of your development? Mike?
No, it's not.
But it is in Millville.
Yeah, it was.
So my question of Millville is, do they expect, I mean, you're going to develop that rectangle down below there.
Right.
That I understand what the plan is. So that parcel of Guyman Zone, which is in Millville right now, the only way they're going to go out from Millville is into Providence.
Yeah, and I can't speak for them.
Because you're not going to build access for those people in your development, are
Sure,
you?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a part of Millville that the only way in and out is to use Providence roads.
Yeah, but
Which
that's
has-
not his.
Yeah,
Which has
I
been,
know it's not. I mean, we're having a,
which has been denied by Millville to do the same thing in reverse for property in
so
Providence.
Providence could,
The issue he has is because he's
No,
not developing through the property, he is cutting off that piece.
so just for your benefit, but not because we're picking on you.
Sure.
I'm
No,
I
okay
know.
to be picked.
I know. By the way, just full disclosure, your mom-in-law works for Providence City.
She does. Yeah.
So everybody knows Diane.
And I live in Providence.
Yeah, yes.
I'm here. So.
And you and I have chatted before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're having a broad discussion because when we look at a parcel in a development, whether it's the gentleman we were talking to before, we're looking at the impact on the rest of the city and the surrounding neighborhood.
Yep.
So Councilmember Seeley asked a legitimate question: how are Providence residents going to connect? And we're looking at that parcel just to the north, and we're scratching our heads saying, your plans aren't to connect to that parcel up there. The Guyman's own it. They're going to develop it someday. I mean, we've had them in here and talked to them in the past. But the only feasible way for that parcel to be any way usable, in any way, stretch, or form, is to connect to Providence. And so what's going to develop there, I don't know, but who's going to plow their streets? You know, how are they going to connect to water and sewer as Millville residents? Who's going to send them the bill for utilities? So, and the other question came up is, there needs to be some give and take between Providence and Millville. Millville's inclination says we don't want any city, particularly Providence, to be connected to our little corner of Cache Valley.
Well, and I don't want it necessarily to negatively impact you. I just think Millville needs to give and take.
Sure.
Which
And I can
is,
appreciate
which seems fair. You know, I'm open to giving and taking. You know, if this works better to put into Millville, then that portion of the Highlands, or maybe some of Kathleen's land that she would like in Providence, you know, could be moved over to Providence.
And I wish I could speak for them, but I can. All I can say is that piece of land as is, we can't do anything with it,
So-
right?
Yeah, sure you can.
You could sell
You
it
could
as
build
a
on
lot
it.
of Providence.
Well, it's 300 feet deep and about 90 feet wide. It's not a super
Sure.
feasible lot to.
I attended a high school, it was built on a county line. So you can build on a city line, you can build on a county line. I mean, you
Sure.
could,
So I guess we can't do what we would like to do.
Ah.
That's a better
different question.
statement, right?
It's a different statement. Yep,
Okay,
you're right.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
In the letter that's in the packet about de-annexation, it's dated January 8th of 2021, with the understanding that disconnecting from Providence City is gonna cost $150. But we have, at our January 28th meeting, adjusted the fees. What fee would apply to this situation?
Their application came in prior to that adjustment, so they paid the $150 fee. Because they paid their fee on January 20th.
So question, Mike, how would this utilities connect? Is Millville gonna let you put in a septic tank?
So I think as many of you know, Millville's starting the process with sewer. And we'll run a dry line east and west, a trunk line down the private lane. Utilities, for the most part, are already there because, you know, there's other homes down that lane, but
not sewer.
right. So we're going to put the line down there, and we've worked with Millville to line up how the other pieces of the sewer will connect on Main Street and then to the south.
So the interim would be septic tank flowing downhill and toward Providence.
Yeah, and I mean, they could show you the plan, but the sewer connects from Main Street, heads west, and then they're actually going to have a line that goes on Dave Olson's property there. If you click on the lot, just below, further to the west.
You're going to need a pump station too.
No, we won't. It'll be gravity fed. So it'll run down ours and then run to the south. So see where the line on that lot is? That's basically where the other trunk line will come and connect to ours. So it'll run from Main Street down and then connect to, you know, essentially where that lot line is highlighted there. So I would suspect that the residents will temporarily need a septic tank, but based on what Millville's told us, it's expected that construction on sewer start, not that this is, I guess, relevant to this conversation, but just for your enlightenment, it starts this spring or summer and should run for 18 months. So, yeah. Or at least what they've designed, what they planned on. So, and I'm happy to broker any, you know, give and take on how we can trade. I obviously going through this process, I've worked a lot with Corey and, you know, the city council and the planning and zoning. So if you want to have me bring that up with them, or if you want to broach that subject with them yourselves, either way, I'm happy to.
I don't really know how to approach it. I just know that it's been an issue, and we would love to make something better for Providence at the same time making something better for you and for Millville.
Yeah. I just don't want to be held hostage in the city debates,
and I don't
right?
want to hold you hostage either. Ryan, do you have a suggestion as far as?
I think if you're not ready to move forward, you can always delay to the next meeting or to a future meeting if you want to have those discussions or look. So it doesn't have to be decided tonight.
Do you feel like this could be used to help make a change that would be in our favor?
I think anytime you make boundary line changes, it's always good when you're opening the window that you take care of whatever's possible between the two cities. We meet together, we work out all of the little intricacies if we can, because it's not a disconnect that it's going back to a county. It's a boundary line adjustment, which is different to a point. So it's not a true disconnect. It's not going back to the county. They can't go back to the county. The boundary line has to change. I don't have any big reason why it's different, but if we're going to solve and kind of work things out with Millville, it's not much different to resolve multiple than it is a single. So
would that be something you or Scarlett work with Millville?
Yeah, we would meet with them and discuss, and they absolutely could. If that's what the council asks us to do, we work with the council direction.
We wait until you meet with them in good faith that we could pass this for the Zollingers next time?
It may not be the very next meeting, depending.
Soon as we can.
But you know, we would, at your direction, we'll do it what you direct. If you want us to go and meet with them and discuss it, then we'd do that. if you want to proceed forward with the change, we'll work and discuss whatever the council is wanting us to do.
So if we made the change, there wouldn't, I mean, you could go and say, we made this, now can you do this, but there wouldn't be the same kind of leverage. if
That's
we-
not the same kind of discussion.
Okay, so I would like to see you use this as a little bit of leverage. I'm sorry.
No,
But
that's
you're in the
okay.
middle of the
If I were in
leverage.
your shoes,
At least
I-
you smile.
Yeah,
I'd use
I'm
this.
smiling too. I'm a really nice person.
I can't fault you for this. I wish things would move more rapidly, right? But
Yeah,
I understand you're gonna use this as a bargaining chip.
yeah. And I
Makes sense.
realize it's a little piece,
Sure,
but if we can use it to do something good for us, then we want to do that.
Yeah.
And that's our job.
sure, absolutely.
So.
So
you-
to give us enough time, Carrie, then it would be more appropriate to continue this than to approve it and have us start to move forward down that road, to continue it for one more meeting.
So that's what I would propose if the rest of the council is in favor
I'm
of
not in
that.
favor of that. Yeah, sounds like you got some issues to resolve with. Good, go for it.
And I'm friendly.
I know you are.
Yeah, we're not, trying to crucify you. It's just a matter of.
Doing a good deal.
Yeah,
We want to do a good deal.
So Mike, what are these lots gonna do?
we don't know yet.
Do you have
Um,
a ballpark range?
I mean, if you look what's out there on the market, as I'm sure many of you are aware, it's, there's 0.6 to 0.9 acres that are between 160 and $200,000. So 3 of these are going to be 1.5 acres, 2 are going to be an acre. So we would anticipate anywhere to 2 to 250,000.
It's a great location. It's great.
In that part of, most of the parcels that are bigger in Providence, they go for that kind of money.
Or up on the
Up
bench.
on the
Sure.
Stan Checkett's.
Yeah,
But people still love these closer to town that are flat.
Yeah.
yeah, we don't know, right? I mean, you put them out there on the market and you see what the
And
market
someone
can
will
bear.
buy them.
Right? There was a lot not too long ago, or not too far away from where this is at, that I think it was 2 acres that went for 250,000. It wasn't developed in any way. I don't know if it had utility stuff. or
Especially if they can put a
so-
shed on them. I mean,
Sure, yeah,
awesome.
yeah. But that's the ultimate question, right? What will they go for? We don't know. We'll see once we get there.
What should we make a motion?
Should we amend or do we amend it? Who
We
made
can,
it?
if anybody wants to, whoever offered the motion can amend it.
Or you could
I'll
take a
make-
vote,
I'll-
if you took a vote on the motion and it failed, it will continue. So that's the other procedural fact. You can either amend your motion to what you want, or if you vote on the motion and it fails, then it fails. Or you can amend the motion. You could do either.
I will amend the motion on item number 5, resolution 010-2021. That we continue this item of the municipal boundary line adjustment to our next meeting.
I second it.
Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
All in favor of the amended motion indicate by saying aye.
I,
I,
Okay, nay. Amended motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you. Lynn.
Thank you.
So item number 6, we have pulled from the agenda, right? So,
That's correct.
all right, that leaves us to Dr. Piper, my favorite subject. So we have item number 7. This is a discussion item only. We are not voting. Providence City Council will discuss user rates for proposed fiber optic communications network. We don't need a motion. I'd like Ryan to start the discussion. Ryan and I have had regular ongoing discussions about this. He's got a new model that he hasn't sent out yet. I've asked him to develop. It has 4 options. One of the options is 0. And so that means if people don't have internet, to the point that Councilmember Steph made, that they don't get charged. If they are not using the service at all, then they don't get charged. I would encourage homeowners to allow the connection to occur to their property. So what it comes down to is if someone is not electronically switched on, the infrastructure is there, but they don't get charged. And we can certainly take the model and we can tweak the numbers and we can make the financial side work. I think that would address some of the concerns that I heard from Brent and heard from some other people. And if not, then the council needs to answer the question that come from people that stand up at our podium and say, I'm not going to use fiber. I don't have internet. Why are you going to charge me? And I understand the argument is, my argument is I pay property taxes and I don't have kids in school, but that's where 2/3 of my property tax dollars go. Politically, I think that is the most prudent way to go. I think there will be far less pushback. I think we've had absolutely fabulously positive letters from members of the public who said this is an absolute win-win for Providence. And I won't get into the current providers now. We've had personal experience with the two major providers, and it's not very good. I'm drafting an article on, may go in the newsletter about why fiber is a premium and a better choice. But I think after the discussions we've had with council members, myself and Ryan one-on-one, I think we're not that far away. So Ryan asked me a question this morning. He said, what would you like to see? I said, well, let me answer that question two ways. So there's what I'd like to see and what I think would work. I think this is a question that all the council members ought to entertain. What I'd like to see, but my wish is, our cost to the city is about $40 for all 2,700 connections. We charge everybody $40 a month, and everybody gets a whole gigabit, wide open, screaming deal. That would be my preference. But that's not going to fly, is it? No. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to give you. He said, "Would you give me your idea of what you think?" And I said, "Absolutely." And he's revising that model. So we will have zero charge. People who are not switched on. We will have basic service, and there are people who want basic service. And for $10, it's a screaming deal. Now, given that the city's costs are so much money, that means we're going to have to make up the money and these other two levels of service. One is 250, the other is a gigabit. And I think we can do it. I think the numbers will work. We may need to change some of them a bit, but I think it'll work. I think we get the least amount of pushback. I think we get the most amount of buy-in. We intend to build out the part of the city we think the highest take rate is going to be. I think when we look at the numbers, then I think one thing that people don't understand is that there's going to be the city providing the network. There's going to be a bill. It'll be on the utility bill. And then there's an internet service provider, which is the content. And actually, that's where all the profit is made. Whether it's Comcast or CenturyLink, they make their money on the content they sell, not the infrastructure. And I'd be surprised if they even make money on maintaining their copper wires. So that's where I'm at. So Ryan and I have been working on this conceptual thing. And he was still working on it at the end of the day. He had so many phone calls here with people. So he says to me, come up with a recommendation that you would give to the council. And then let's float it and see where we go. I don't think we're that far. I honestly don't.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That's my 2 cents.
I think that was great that we could come up with a possibility, excuse me, where we give consideration to those people who might not be interested in it at all. And I appreciate that. That was probably my biggest concern, I do know there are some of those out there. But yes, if we can make it work and make it positive, and like I say, for myself, I'm interested. I'm interested in it. But I do have a feel for those. So this is wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I just, the other thing I said is we have to seek out as many people who want to voice their opinion as possible. Reach out to them, answer their questions, whether it's Lynn Lemon. I got a call from Ken Franklin.
The reason why you need to use your mic is so they can hear.
I'm sorry.
On YouTube.
I'm sorry.
Not for the audience, for them.
Okay. So we've heard from a number of people, and I know Ryan has reached out to some, and we encourage everybody to go to the City Fiber webpage. And if they haven't read those articles, they need to do so. We still have more work to do with rate setting. There's other policy things too that I brought up, and I'll just, one of the reasons why we want to build the whole city out is there's significant savings to once the construction crew is mobilized, that they make the connection, the drop to every home. I don't know what that cost would be. Now, down the road, construction's done. There's a fee schedule, and the fee is $1,000 per household for them to come back after the fact for either new development or a home that was never connected in the first place, to connect that. It's $1,000 cost to the city. Now, we didn't spend, I don't know, pick a number. Let's just say it was $700. I don't know, maybe $600 across the city. So we would say the additional cost to the city is $300 or something, and that would be, it would be free for every resident who we connected. So if it connected and it wasn't switched on, then there's no connection fee down the road. But if they want to opt out and say, I don't want you disturbing my rose bushes, then we don't disturb their rose bushes. But we do tell them and let them know, if you decide 2 years down the road to connect, you're going to charge you whatever that fee the council decides.
And if you happen to be older, and your grandkids are going to take your house over, you're going to sell it, and you haven't extended that in, that's an automatic fee. They're going to have to pay to bring it into their house.
Right, and the grandkids are going to want fiber, I guarantee you.
For sure. But when the grandkids come to visit, they want fiber.
Okay.
The thing that's been a little disheartening to me, I so appreciate the TAC committee and their recommendations. I appreciate what Josh Paulson has sent in his email. I don't always agree with Josh. I agree with everything in his email. I agree with the other citizens, but there has been an email sent out to many citizens in Providence that has a lot of misinformation on it. And I think that's where you're getting your pushback, is there's the email. I think we've seen part of it. I've heard about part of it, and a lot of it is just wrong information. And that is the only negative stuff, the only negative aspect we've heard.
My comments aren't negative. My comments are from talking with people who just don't have an interest in going to fiber.
I don't think she's referring to your comments.
Okay.
No, I think she's referring to the email that was
Oh, the
sent.
email. Well, I
To the
I
network.
read it. I don't put a lot of stock in that email because I too thought there was a lot of misinformation in it. But
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
That email was sent to a third of Providence City.
And I'm a little concerned about moving. I feel like this proposal was good. I mean, in the beginning, I thought the subscriber model was good, but we've gone down this utility model path. And this not charging a fee, but still paying to connect them is not the utility model.
So utility model
How
would mean, hold on, utility model means we would charge our cost to the city, and it'd be $40 for everybody. There would be no tiers.
No.
There would be no tiers. So utility
But
model,
charging nothing is not the utility.
no, it's a hybrid. I call it a hybrid. But once we get away from one rate and one speed, then we're not a utility model.
I think
Everyone paying to be connected, if they're going to be connected, they need to pay something. Because they're going to benefit. They're going to benefit by their house equity going up. They're going to benefit by their Comcast fee going down, even if they're not switched on.
The Comcast fee is not going to go down.
Well, it is, because they're going to compete. They're going to say, well, you're doing it for this, so we'll do it for less.
The last council meeting, the second one from January, we spent 2 hours on rates. Water, sewer, and stormwater. We agonized over $6 a month additional charge for our utility fees. $72. Now we're talking about $120, and at least they're getting gallons of water or sewer connection or whatever. And I think Brent would probably agree with me. You're going to have people, their argument is going to be, I'm not getting any benefit from this.
They will, they're getting
Okay,
benefit.
Yeah, I think we should stick with the way that our TAC committee has recommended. I mean, that they've done so much work for us. They're the experts, and I would lean towards charge $10.
Their TAC committee doesn't set rates, and they did not do any research on rates. So, and that was something Ryan laid out from the very beginning.
There is an adjustment I would make on the option one. So if I were doing this on my own, this is what I would do. I would keep the $10 basic rate. Every citizen is going to benefit, even those who don't know that they're going to. Even those who don't use internet are going to benefit because their equity in their house is going to go up. If there's anyone in hardship, I feel like we allow grace. If anyone comes in and says, I can't pay this $10 fee, we say, okay.
Well, I think, Carrie, you're right. We do a subsidy for those who can't afford to pay the $10.
Here's the adjustment I would make. I would lower the 250 megabytes by $5. So take that city infrastructure fee from 15 to 10. So it's under $50 a month. It puts it at 47. And then I would raise the 1 gig by $10. People are going to sign up for that really don't, that would pay $200 a month. They don't care. They just want 1 gig because it's cool. So I think that 1 gig could be more, and that puts that under $70 a month. It makes us hitting our loan amount. And then I would love for the basic fee to be dropped as time passes and as people adopt the use of the fiber network and join, then the basic fee could go down with time. But I think starting with the basic fee keeps us within. It's also a hybrid, I guess, if that's how that's how you want to think of it. But it keeps us in the utility model. Otherwise, everyone who feels like their Comcast is enough will still receive all of the upside without paying in, including getting it taken to their door, to their house.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you, Carrie.
So that's where I would sit. The numbers work that way. It makes the 1 gig people pay a little bit more. It would make our 250 more competitive, because what we need is people to get on. So that's how I would do the fees.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I'm one who feels like there's a population out there that does not want this. And you can cause a fissure in the city. And there will be a fissure in the city. You will separate the city by those people who don't want it, and they're going to fight against you. And they're going to create, as you already started to see them coming out of the woodwork, Because there's a population that says no to the $10.
But Brent, there's a
Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. There's a population who feels like you're taking. And Comcast has already said that's a monopoly.
But Brent, so that same population, the group you are talking about are the same group of citizens that are naysayers on every single thing we do.
No, I don't believe that, because I don't agree with you at all on that. Because there's a lot of support out there for the city among the people who don't want to be billed $10 a month for something that they're not interested in, or they have an alternative that's doing them well. One of the things that you have not presented here, and we have not seen, is what is the package? Now you can call up Comcast or go on their internet, and you can see exactly what you're going to get for your money. For instance, right now, Comcast is offering 140 channels, a telephone line, and they're offering 400 megabits for $104. And you can see exactly what you're going to get, but you cannot see what you're going to get for $10. How many megabits are we getting for $10? We've heard it's basic internet. How many megabits is that? Do we have a number? I don't know. Do we have a number?
Up to 5, yes. We have a number. It's been agreed up to 5.
5 what?
5 megabits.
So for $10, you email and just browser web. $10 is a streaming deal.
So $10 for 5 megabits. Now, I've studied a little bit online
Up and down.
What's that?
It's up and down, which.
Right, up and download, but they say you need at least 10 megabits if you're gonna download, and that's per user in your house.
Well, it's not intended for the people who want to stream high definition video. It's not.
Well,
if they need to do that, then the next level up, the 250 is appropriate for what they want to do.
So some articles come from highspeedinternet.com, and I've kind of read through the articles, trying to figure things out. And they say a normal download, you need about 10 megabits, and upload is about 5. It does. It depends on what you're doing. But, you know, so I feel, number one, Comcast is going to come in here and slit your throat. Because they're gonna take a look at what you're doing to their market. They're not gonna pull their wires out because you put fiber optics in. They are going to leave theirs in and make those copper cables pay for themselves. And they can do it at the expense of really slitting your throat.
So
just like Walmart comes in and cuts their prices like crazy, all the mom and pops go out of business, and then they go back and adjust their prices.
So how do we make it work?
Of course, they can do that too, Brent, if we don't charge everyone the $10 for the connection fee. If we're letting everybody that doesn't want to connect, not connect, then
Everybody.
Okay, so I come back to Josh's email. He says in his email that and I think the word that he used here, he said, I strongly believe that a super majority of Providence residents are eager for fiber optics. If that is true, you won't have a problem getting your bill paid. But I don't believe that's a super majority. It might be a super majority of the people he talked to, but I don't believe that's a super majority. And so if what Josh is saying here, and then we're going to write on the back of what that says, then that means that you haven't got a problem. It's going to get paid. It's going to get taken care of without charging those people $10 a month. See, he says, I'm in favor of charging them, but he's also saying we don't need to because we got a super majority that's going to take the high-speed internet. So he's kind of contradicting himself in his email. The other thing is I don't think it's wise to put those people who want high-speed internet dependent or put the cost of that on the back of every citizen in Providence. That is dumping a load on the back of everyone. So the people that can have high-speed internet can have it. Now, I like what the mayor proposed. I would like to see us as we go through and build, that homes have them. I have to disagree with Carrie just a little bit, because you can't spend a line coming into your house that makes it worth more money. It might be worth it more, but the question is, unless you sell, there's no value to it. And if you're paying for it, there's no value to you, and unless you're using it. So yes, it may have value to somebody somewhere along the line, but it isn't not necessarily if it's a line into your house and it's just a plug in the wall. That doesn't make you better off. You're paying $10 a month for that.
I have a question if you mind allowing me to. The question is about take rates. That's a big piece of it is take rates. How many do you think represents the population you're talking about? Are we talking about 5% of the population, 10, 50? Have any idea of what you would say? And I'll show you, the mayor's kind of alluded to it, but I've taken the base and I've added a dark fiber or a not connected, and I figured a 10%, which requires us to have a take rate of 23% of the 250 or 1 gig. Yep. I can make it bigger. If you'd like to make it bigger, I would be happy to.
One of these screens from the council.
We can do that too. Anyway, if you could help me to understand what that rate is and how many you think, just kind of a ballpark. I mean, we had Josh, and I think with Josh's, to be fair to Josh, I do think that we should have somebody read in his email. We have referenced it, but for the public and for those listening, it would be beneficial at some point to read that. But do you have any idea on the rate? And I'm just asking so I can plug the way you want. Well, I'd asked if
You want me to answer my question?
Yeah, if you would, if it's okay.
You know, I've had two schools of thought on this. I have probably asked. They're coming to take me away. Take us all away. I have probably asked 15 people, 12, 15 people, how they felt about the internet, going fiber optics. Probably one said, I don't care what they do, I probably won't take it anyway. The others have had opinions that don't charge me the $10. I'm not taking their internet. I don't want to be paid. I don't want to pay $10. That's not right. And that's the most common answer. And I said, well, you get internet for it. I got the internet. I'm happy with what I got, and I'm not going to switch to fiber. And I'm thinking that might change with some of these people down the road. I'm not thinking that's fixed in their mind, and when it comes in and it's there and they start thinking about it and they think about, well, it's a little faster, or maybe somebody buys their house and yeah, it's a little faster. I think the take rate will increase if you have to pay $1,000 to sign up for it. No, that's not good. But the people that are living there now don't want it. I mean, they don't want to pay the $10. So you asked me a question. The second thought I've had on it, we don't know. Because we haven't really canvassed the city. We haven't taken a poll. We haven't looked at the city. And is that worth doing prior to making this decision? Do we put a flyer out like, well, I hate to bring this up, but we had some decisions to make as an irrigation company. We sent letters out and asked the people to respond. We got a 50% response.
But we
And
did
that
do a
gives-
survey.
Can I make a comment to that?
Yeah.
We have surveyed the city.
Did.
We did survey the city and get some interest. And we have reached out by mailing things to their house. I mean, we've commented about fiber several times in the newsletter. And I do agree with you that we need to know what the residents think and feel. I reached out to my circle, you're reaching out to your circle. I think all of us are trying to do that same piece. But even today, I talked to people who are in my circle who I thought I'd talked to about this before. And there's clearly an education piece that is missing. And I feel like we need to figure that piece out before we say yay or nay, because really everyone that I've talked to that I feel like I've educated to the best of my ability has let go of all of their uncertainty, and they feel 100% confident with going forward with this. So I feel like, and I said this earlier in the meeting, that if people have read through the FAQs and they've looked at the information that we've tried to present them and they still have concerns, they feel uncomfortable about something, which you're saying we've missed a piece of it, I want to be able to engage with them. And it has been a tricky time. I'm willing to put in the time and knock the doors and talk to people and have the conversations, but people have to be willing to talk to me. And I don't know who is willing to open their door and who wants.
So there is a piece that's missing, and
I don't know how to make that engagement connection.
So,
but the desire is there.
So I have a 2-page document, and I reached out to Josh because he's a part of what he does is writes pieces for marketing. And I said, I'd like you to kind of do wordsmith that. And I want to send it to some other people. But it says in 2 pages why fiber is a better product. And I think for a long, first of all, Brett's talking about water. I know what water is. I got irrigation here. It's not hard to describe what water does and why you need water, whether it's watering your lawn or garden, flood irrigating, pumping it through your hose or whatever. Fiber is a different animal. There's a lot of misconceptions about what fiber is and isn't.
You need a knife.
I'm sorry, I did it again. Thank you. What fiber is and what fiber isn't. When someone says a gigabit of fiber, competitors' gigabit is not a gigabit. A gigabit of fiber is a gigabit up and down, and you get a gigabit. If you get a gigabit from somebody else, and I won't name names, you won't get a gigabit. You're going to pay for it. I pay for something, I get about half of what I pay for. I pay for 80, I get closer to 40. So, but with fiber, you get what you pay for. And you get it not just download, but you get it upload too. So just things like that, and what it allows you as a consumer, family member, is able to do with a fiber connection versus, that's a piece that I think you're referring to. I'm not done with that. So, within the next few days, Ryan's got it on his desk. I gave you a copy. I gave Carrie a copy yesterday. Ryan glanced through it, hasn't had a chance to read it. I like to get it in Josh's hands. I want to send it out to a couple people I know who know the industry, and just kind of anything else you would say, change, but like I was saying earlier, I think that's something that we would want to include in the newsletter. So it gets wide distribution. So part of it is an education process, to Janelle's point. It's definitely something that's needed. And maybe we should have started it much sooner. So, but that's where we are, and that's where we're at. Now, let me address, and I've been doing this for a long time. Brent has a political sense better than the rest of you. I'll just say that. It's nothing against you guys. And a sense of the community here. we have people and elements in this community that will make hay out of horseshoes, whatever you want to call it. And they're looking for a reason to complain. And there are people that are going to say, I don't want to pay the $10. And you can have a very, very small group of negative people that are going to upset this entire city. Am I speaking correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that. I've lived it. I've sat here for 8 years and beyond that and listened to it. And this city can go negative overnight. Maybe not overnight. From one council meeting to another. And it's great to say your home value is going to go up. But I don't know how long Brett's been in his house. He doesn't care what his home value is. My neighbor asked me how long you're going to live here, and he's 85. And I said, well, I'll probably go out feet first. My wife and I don't care. I mean, we're close to paying off our mortgage. We don't care what, if it sells for $250, $350, or $450, 10 years from now or next month. It doesn't matter. So for younger people that are just buying a house or just bought a house, wow, the property value is going up. I mean, that's great. I mean, to me, that's great if I was 30 years old, but then there's the rest of the people here in the city. And I think we'd make a mistake because we would upset enough people to turn things upside down. I don't know how better to say it, Brent.
I have to agree.
Can
But I
I,
would like to see it go. So I would like to see it go in the city.
can I talk to you about something? I had a visit with Brent today on the phone, and we had discussed this concern. I thought, you correct me if I'm wrong, but take rate is a very important piece of this project. It's a very important piece of the project. And an understanding of how the rollout will go, I think speaks to the education piece, that no one will be charged $10 until their connection is run to their home. And so if we can address getting the pieces of the city that have the highest interest, then we will have data on what the take rate is. And we can confidently go forward with our bonds and our financial obligations. And people can have it spread around through the community and have that kind of grassroots feeling of, is this good for me? If we start with the highest take rates first and then work towards the areas of the city where the take rate might not be as great, but all the while they're not paying anything to watch the process happen.
And we talked about that. I thought that was an excellent idea. Because if we could move our construction, and I know it takes a lot of bonding and it takes a lot of commitment, but if we could move our construction towards those areas where the highest take rate would be, then maybe we've solved a good share of our problem before we get moving with this thing. The other thing, while I'm talking, that concerns me is I've never heard anything talk about commercial. What the cost differential, if any, is going for commercial. I have also not heard John Doe has an apartment with 4-plex, or the Deer Creek. Maybe there's a 24-plex in there. How does that work? How does that work, Mayor?
So let me address a couple things. First of all, what we're not taking into account is people that are in people that said, I'm on Comcast and I'm happy with what I got. We got a letter to that extent. So you can run a drop and put the equipment and bolt it to the side of my house, but I'm on Comcast. Why are you going to charge me? It works great. Now, let me address that. A personal friend of mine is the mayor of Richmond. His name is Jeff Young. He owns a company called Alltech, and telecommunications and fiber connection and an internet connection is what he do. He lives and breathes it 7 days a week. So one of the things he told me about take rate is as follows. First of all, this is not static. We're not going to lock this in and everybody who signs up for $250 is locked in forever. Technology is changing every day. The demand for bandwidth is going to go up. He says, but my experience is, and they've got fiber to businesses, they got fiber to residences where they can connect, where they can't. They've got a pole, they've got fiber connected to it, it's got a dish up there, and they connect to their customers by dish, similar to DirecTV or only it's not satellite. So he says, here's what the trend I'm seeing is I'm seeing people that about 10% of my customers are shifting. They're shifting to a higher, to a different program with a higher speed.
Yeah.
So, we can look at this and say, 10 years, where were we 10 years from now? What was the demand on bandwidth? Where are we going to be 10 years from now? We're going to see Providence residents saying, I want this next level of premium service. We are going to see that.
I agree.
Which when people use Provo as an example of failure, that was 12 years ago.
Right? So part of the Provo problem was that the demand for bandwidth was not what it is today. I mean, think of just the computers sitting at our desks, how many changes they've gone through. This thing 30 years ago would take up what this iPhone does today. It would take up, the computer would take up the size of this building 30, 40 years ago.
When you're done, should I read Josh's letter?
Yeah, I've got it. Go ahead.
Or do you want?
Go ahead, read it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is from Josh Paulson. He sent it at almost 4 o'clock today. I appreciate your understanding about my absence tonight. There are several important items on the agenda tonight. While my preference would be to take part in the discussion and cast my vote, I believe in the function or format of the council that allows it to continue with important legislative business insofar as a quorum is present. To this end, I hope my absence will not be factored into tonight's decision-making and business will proceed as normal. That said, I have a public council comment below related to fiber that I hope can be shared. I know that this council has been particularly good about listening to not only the residents, but the opinions and perspectives of individual council members. I know my views have changed many times while I've heard thoughtful ideas presented by my counterparts. As it relates to setting rates for fiber, I hope the council will consider a few points that are important to me. Number one, I strongly believe that a supermajority of Providence residents are eager to have fiber optic infrastructure installed in this city. They want more choices for internet, which will bring down their rates while improving their service. Providence City plays an important role in facilitating the infrastructure that will enable this to happen. Our discussions up until this point have demonstrated our commitment to this initiative, and I believe we should follow through expeditiously. We have been thoughtful to engage brilliant industry experts on the technical advisory committee to guide our decisions. Our success in this initiative will be a function of our resolve to follow through with the concept as we initially envisioned it and as the TAC has recommended. Number 3, I affirm our decision to proceed with a uniform fee structure that charges every resident a minimum $10 monthly fee to pay for the city infrastructure, a fee which also delivers quality, functional internet service to every resident. While we all pay for some public services that we may never use, for example, a city park or a school that we don't send children to, there are times when these services are recognized societal good. In the case of fiber optics, I am pleased that every resident will receive something of value for the fee paid. Number 4, as we set other fees, I hope we will consider charging a premium for our gigabyte users. There are some Providence residents who would have the need for exponential bandwidth and are willing to pay for this higher tier of service. As premium users, I believe they can help shoulder a larger portion of this initiative. Number 5, I think it's very important that we look at rate setting as not just a legislative process, but a marketing driven decision to influence take rate, AKA market share, by helping ensure a competitive market price for the internet and its accompanying service, phone, television, security, etc. I ask that we thoroughly consider what the current ISPs are charging for these services when setting our fees so that the future ISPs who utilize the city's network can price their services competitively. It is my firm belief that if we do this right, our residents will pay less for services than they would today. 6, I believe that we need a fee structure that is priced more aggressively during the early stages of this project so as to encourage adoption. This may take the form of introductory pricing or fees. Number 7, I believe we need to consider a corporate business rate or fee. If this is not built into the fee structure, I believe our future ISPs will simply charge businesses a premium, as this is already done by the existing ISPs. Thank you for considering these thoughts as you deliberate and vote this evening. Josh Paulson. I love his thoughts. I think it's very thorough and good.
There's a second comment that Frank had that I didn't get to, and that was- So one of the people that we employ in technicians, his name is Doug Allred, he's also.
Mayor, are you talking to the mic? Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. My fault. I'm getting late and I'm.
Start leaning back.
Yeah, so I'm starting to lean back. So I asked Doug the question about apartments and about condominiums and about homeowners associations. And basically what he was saying goes like this. We bring water and sewer to the association or the property owner's property line, whether it's water, sewer, whatever other utility the city provides. From that point forward, it's up to them what they want to do. And what condominium associations do, townhomes, homeowner associations, and apartments, is they purchase a service and they connect to our infrastructure, whoever's that infrastructure, and they purchase a package for their residents. And it gets billed through rent or it gets billed through their association fee. And that's how it works. So we're charging the association for that connection. And then they decide what they want to do with it from there. So that means they bring in a contractor who pulls fiber from the property line and connects all of the units.
I asked Ryan this earlier today, and we were in a discussion about that. And unless they had a firewall, people, if they didn't separate them and so forth, that the people would be able to see what was going on with each other to a degree on a $10 fee. But they're going to bring this in and they're going to make money off of it. And so when we're setting fee rates as a council, how do we deal with someone who has a 24-plex or a 4-plex? Because what they're going to do, so I talked to, my wife's in the hospital, I was talking to a nurse here that's up here from Florida, and she's staying in the Marriott. Okay, they give her basic internet. But if she wants faster internet, she has to pay $10 a day for it. And she's at the Marriott over here, $10 a day for it. And so what happens is they are piggybacking on what we're putting to them to make a fee on top of that. So I'm not saying I have an answer for that, but I'm saying we need to consider that as we deal with that.
There is an answer.
Okay.
We're not the internet service provider. We don't offer content. We don't connect to the Disney Channel. We just provide the connection. It's just like when we bring water or a sewer line to property. All we're doing is making that connection happen. We're going to go a little bit further and we're going to have a box side of their house, but the internet service provider picks it up from that point forward.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. The internet provider picks it up from that point and provides it to 24 families. We're charging these each family out here $10 because they're already paying property tax.
Yeah.
So
Just on that one, to just clarify, one point we made is to share a connection. If you are sharing a connection in a house versus a fourplex, that shared connection could be used as a network. So to that point, to the point though, I think most won't want to share the connection if they don't have to. I would also, just as an added thing, is say, right now we're trying to eat the elephant, and we're saying, okay, what do we want to do with residential? I think commercial is going to be maybe 50% higher than whatever we do with residential. So if we get a base fee and rates, and then we can go to multifamily and say, okay, multifamily is a percentage of unit. That's what we do with sewer. We charge them like an impact fee based on equivalent unit or equivalent residential unit. We can do a lot of other rates, but we're talking on the 1 to 5% potential. We're talking on the fringe, the heart of ours and the heart of what we're providing. Fiber is going to be this residential, and that's why, not that we've avoided or not thought of some of the other intricacies, but trying to say, can we get established the base? And that's why. So if it looks like we haven't put that in, I haven't at this point. It's not that I haven't thought about it or had some consideration to put in. It's trying to say, well, can we get established the basic residential rate, and we can build on top of that. So I'm looking for the basic building blocks. That anyway, I can do it differently, just to kind of help you with the method of the madness I've come at.
Just clarify for myself, are you suggesting that like a multifamily or apartments fall under a commercial rate as opposed to a standard single family residential rate?
We sure could do it differently. We service water differently based on size of meter, and larger users use a larger meter. We could do differently. That's an option, but I was just going to say at this point, we've been at this discussion and all week for some, but we're just trying to get the basic building block built. It would add more revenue and can adjust things. It's true.
So what Ryan is saying, and we touched briefly on commercial, we didn't delve into that because this is the core customer base, is when we have a multifamily, we could have a rate structure that says, we're bringing fiber to you. It's just like someone's paying for a 3-inch pipe versus a 1-inch. We charge by the number of units. And
we have projected
discussion. We could say if there's 120 units, what we deliver to them is $5 a unit or something like that.
We projected it at 2,700 connections.
Manage anything. Pretty good.
On the build out, you were saying, Ryan, how many units is projected? And did that include individual connections for multifamily households? Or did that include group connections for households? Like
it's based on the number of connections we have for water with an expected growth over the next 3 years. So there is some of that number of connections. If they have it set up as an individual water rate or those, then those are. So
townhomes are considered individual connections.
So I think townhomes do have individual meters. No,
they don't. How does the metering currently work? I know we went over this last month, but can you refresh my mind?
We have kind of a large variety, actually, multifamily, how they're metered and how many meter connections go to the development. So Creekside Townhomes, for a great example, I think there's 8 2-inch water meters that feed the Creekside Townhomes. You take the Gateway Apartments,
It's based on the density.
Condos and townhomes over here, there's one 4-inch meter that's taking care of all of those new condos and townhomes. So it varies between developments and what the engineers design it to work for, as long as it works for what their water calcs require.
So, Ryan, does that mean that we don't have maybe our number for connection? Okay. Are we gonna put I guess I'm questioning, how do we assess like this development over here? How do we put into that? Is there, if there's 50 families living in there, do we drop one in and one connection and they pay $10 and there's 50 families gonna somehow work?
Oftentimes with fiber, you have a drop per unit. You'll generally have, because they'll want to be able to manage their own off of that. At this point, we're not. Because some of the connections and units are different, and so it is a conservative number in that realm. So there is some conservativeness in the realm that we're talking. Because we haven't included business, we can always lower rates later. But if we're building a residential connection and a residential fiber network, which is really what we've been working, because that's, I mean, if we're looking at building a business commercial fiber network, some, if not most, or a lot of that can be served. That is what the other guys are serving, is in the commercial realm.
Let me address that. Much of our commercial part of the city already has fiber. Macy's has fiber. On the roundabout, there's a medical office there on the corner. They have fiber. We have fiber here. We have Syringa that came because the trunk line comes down Gateway Drive. They tunneled under the road, and that's how we're connected. So there's not a pot of gold out there for commercial out there. So it's not a significant, and we ought to mirror something similar to what, if we're going to provide it to a commercial business, what they're charging. But you know, if there's fiber throughout Alder Square and Macy's and the bank and everybody over there already, you know, then the city'd have to run its own trunk line down somewhere to connect to the new restaurant that's going in that's called Maymo's. But would it be worthwhile? Maybe not.
Well, basically, the commercials already got service.
A lot of it
Well, I do know
basically.
Macy's does, and I do know.
What about Deer Creek? You know if they got picked up?
I don't know about Deer Creek. I know Syringa doesn't provide residential. Syringa doesn't provide the residential.
So they wouldn't consider that commercial at Deer Creek.
I would say it's residential. They would have been there. That would be my guess. But they don't provide residential. They're only a business to business. That's what they're looking for. That's their market.
So I have a question, concern really. If our numbers that we put in our contract with Strata were based upon how many meter connections that we have, and you just said that we will run a fiber drop typically to every unit, have we significantly undercounted our connections? I know we've built in a buffer, a margin to accommodate growth, but is this accounted for?
We're not bringing a drop to every apartment unit.
If you figure this, Janelle, if every house has an average of 3 residents and we have less than 8,000 residents in the city, you can take 2,700 times 3 and get 8,100. We would be covering, we expect to be covering everyone in that. Yes. And if we run less connections, our contract is on the connection. And so if we don't have as many connections, then we underrun the construction. But we do have 3 years of growth. So there's a lot to the math.
So we can take the model. And we can take what everybody here has said and make the numbers work. That's the first thing. We can make it work. The second thing is we have two sides to an argument. That is an argument on principle. And that argument on principle is everybody has to pay something, or we have some people that are going to get charged for something they don't get. So that's the argument on principle. My point is that we can go either way and make the numbers work. We can meet our debt payment. We can cover the payment we make to Strata. We can cover our overhead costs in here and set aside the $7 we have for reserves. We can cover that and make any of these work. So in my opinion, and we can fiddle with these numbers and make it work. And I've never, no doubt in my mind it'll work. So I think what we're down to simplify it, is a question of principle. And the principle is, do we charge or not charge? So if either way we can make it work, we can cover our costs and then some, then what's left? What's left, Brent?
Well,
What's left is getting
whether they
99.9% of the residents in the city on board. We don't want 95%, do we? I think that's what we're down to.
I think I understand the principle, but I feel like it is a very slippery slope when you start saying you can cut out, because it turns it from a utility model into a subscriber model, and all the take rates are based around that. I also feel like a comment that Brent made, he said, Comcast is, and these are his words, will come and slit our throats. That I feel that statement supports what Carrie said, that they will benefit and get the competition in the market will give them a reduction in the price of their service, whether they choose to change or not. I mean, is that not kind of what you're implying by saying that?
You can conceivably say that, yes, that's true. But
so doesn't it benefit them then?
I don't know if it benefits them. It's going to benefit everybody who wants to stay with Comcast, because first off, we don't even know what a television package is going to cost you. We don't know what anything is going to cost you other than the $10 a month to get 5 megabytes. That's all we know.
So there is a frame of reference you can go to. And let me help you out.
Okay.
Brian and I went down this. So I went to Utopia's webpage. And there's quite a few internet service providers packages. Okay. And so we had a discussion. Ryan checked with people at Strata. The internet service providers are at a package. I'll give you an example. $34.95 for 250 megabits. Okay. But from that $34.95, they're paying the Utopia $20 to be the network operator. In our model that we saw up here, that $20 is something the city is going to charge. So you can go to Utopia's website and you can say, here's $34.95, or here's a package of channels, or here is a package that includes the phone. And you can take $20 off that. Then you're pretty close to what the internet service providers, what Strata is going to charge, or these other content packages. You know, if the family wants Disney Channel, or wants ESPN and the sports channels, look at what those packages are and take $20 off. And then take the numbers we had here. And that's going to give you pretty close to what we expect to see the internet service providers charge for content on top of the city's utility bill. That makes sense? So, I mean, you can go to Utopia's webpage and see what they're offering. There's probably some others out there as well. But just to get a starting point, I mean, Utopia is probably, you know, where you can go look at it and see what they offer. So we contracted with Strata to be what the role that Utopia plays. That's the $20 we're paying. So when the customer sees a bill for the Disney, I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. A bill for the Disney Channel, it's going to be $20 less than, because that internet service provider is not going to be paying us or paying Strata that $20 because we're paying it. Makes sense?
And to Brent's, there is services. You can come on, you can buy a YouTube TV. You can get a plan for YouTube TV. I just searched, for best streaming videos service. They would have different ones. I know you'd said you wanted to have sports, or that we have. I think there's one that's best for sports, but you can do YouTube TV. And the nice thing is you'll be able to have, your local channels, 85 other channels. There's a lot of content that can be purchased independent of your ISP. So once you have an ISP and once you have service, there's a world of cafeteria options you can choose once you have that connection. So anyway, there is some of those. Will we formulate, TV? We're not going to be in the TV providing business, but those that connect, those ISPs, they could bundle and sell channels or do a lot of different things. But there's some that once you have a connection, you can go on the market, pick and choose a lot of different things. Anyway, I did look into some of those just to kind of give an idea so that we can come into packages. We could get into that or we couldn't. As a city, I don't think we want to be in the content side.
I probably ought to give up and like at home. But I think you're right. A lot of people, and I'm not talking about those who are really on computer savvy. A lot of people are taking what they're taking because somebody came to them and said, here's what we can offer you. Is somebody going to go to those people when we put in the internet?
Absolutely.
And somebody go to them and say, here's what we can offer you? Will that happen?
I think your mailboxes will be full of offers.
The internet service.
We'll have plenty of offers.
They're gonna get
I'm-
a mailing list and they're going to say, like their internet service provider. And we're in the business of giving you sports, the Disney Channel packages, the phone, for $29.95 or so. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's good because I just don't know that these people are going to go out and search it on their own.
I'm sure they'll have plenty of mailers in their mailbox.
Okay, that's good.
So here's another trend.
Maybe not day one, but eventually I totally agree.
Here's another trend that we're seeing. By the way, if Comcast wants to be an internet service provider, CenturyLink or anybody else, they can be an internet service provider and provide the content. So if someone's a Comcast customer now, and Comcast gets on our network, we have an agreement with them. All of the content that Comcast provides to a customer here in Providence now, they can still get.
Yeah.
But that'd be up to Comcast.
It would because I in visiting with Comcast, it's like you're not taking out our wire.
Well, they don't take out the wires, but they can send their information down at the wire.
Okay, I'm done.
So the trend is, and what you're seeing more of this now, is people are buying a little box. We have Apple TV, people have Roku, there's Hulu, we know what all of them are. And Ryan made the point, here's what we do. We have Curiosity Stream, we have Hulu, we have History Channel, we have Amazon Prime, we have Netflix. And it's a menu and we pick what we want. We don't need all the other stuff. We're not sports fans. And most people want a menu and say, don't give me all this other.
There's a lot of stuff
just because I'm subsidizing the high salaries the sports athletes get by packaging, throwing this in, you get 152 channels, which is great. We only watch 6, but Um, I need a lapel mic. I think I'm gonna sign up for that. I can walk around, but that's where more of the trend is going toward.
I agree.
And and those box providers are continually coming with upgrades that have more and more features to them as well. And the other thing is they have to adapt because the TVs are handling more higher resolution. There's high definition TV. There's what are some of the new ones coming out? I'm not a, 4K, and I don't know. There's others that are just over the top quality wise. And so the little boxes have to keep up. And the bandwidth has to keep up too.
So I don't want to make people be up in arms. And I really want Brent on board. I feel like this is a big enough decision that you know, we all need to feel good about it. And so I keep sitting here thinking, how can we all be on board with the utility model with and is it starting everyone?
It's a problem.
Oh, okay, the Providence model. Is it, I mean, no one gets started until their line's in. No one pays anything till their line's in. But is it?
And we should have a sign up list for who wants their line in.
Yeah, well, who's going to sign up? Who's going to who's going to get in the program? You know, like who's going to get a gig or a meg, 250, whatever.
Can we do it though and keep it the utility model and just subsidize the $10 for those? I still think it's just a small handful of people that might need to be subsidized. If needed, I mean, that's something to think about.
Yeah, I think doing hardship is fine. I still am not sure how you handle. I feel like people get a benefit if they have internet. I feel like they still get a benefit.
Right. If they're happy with their Comcast, they're going to be more happy with their Comcast because Comcast is now going to have a competitor in town. And so their Comcast bill is going to go down by more than the $10 that they're paying for the competitor. Most likely. I mean, that's how business works.
So that they have no reason to switch.
Right, but that's why they need to pay the $10.
I feel like we need action items to get.
I think the logic is going to go in one ear and out the other for some of those people.
Yeah, I think there's people who will never agree with what the city does.
So Brent, you remember we had the Truth and Taxation meeting, and for 7 years, prior to that, the city council had lowered rates, so we would not have to have one and not have to have an argument. So I brought that up to Mayor Calderwood, and we were going to keep the rate flat. You were there, or most of the council had people in it, and by law, because we kept the rate the same, we had to have a Truth and Taxation meeting because we were going to collect more tax money. It was only $15,000, $6 per resident. Remember that? $6 total property tax increase. And so Don Calderwood said, okay, you get to be the one stand up in front of the audience. You get to be the one who presents it. I'm not going to do it. Go for it. So I did. I prepared my presentation. But we had $6 who were arguing. And there are some people very passionate about it. And at the end of the day, it's not about $6, is it, Brad?
No.
It's about principle.
It is.
And that's what, and an angry person is going to show up. People that say this is the greatest thing ever going to happen in the city of Providence are not going to be the people standing up here.
It's not. And the people who, you know, and I'm going to piggyback on what you said and what you said, Christine. maybe we do impose the $10 on everyone. And if they want to come in and have a discussion with a representative of the city, and if they want to put forth the effort why they cannot pay the $10,
Or don't want to, even if they
or,
just don't want to.
or plain don't want to, they get to have a chat with us. Now, I'm not saying we're going to take it away, but at least it gets those people out of the woods who are the naysayers, and that they get a chance to have their day in talking to us. I don't know if that's a possibility.
And we can have a grievance committee at that point, and I'm happy to sit on it if you'd like me to, for however long it takes. But that committee can make those decisions. And in regards to your taxation question, or your analogy, Mayor, I mean, that's why I feel like
I don't think
it
anybody
very
would
easily
want to be
get
on the
political.
grievance committee.
What?
She just volunteered.
Okay. So I want,
Let her finish.
we haven't heard from one of the audience members, and that's Kathleen, who's been sitting here patiently listening to all this. I'd like her opinion.
But Christina was
Christine
talking.
wasn't
Can
quite
she
done.
let her finish?
Go ahead.
You know what? Never mind, Mayor.
Kathleen.
Well, as I listen to all this, I think, is there a way that we can get people to sign up ahead of time? Yes, I want high-speed internet. I want fiber.
Of course, there's a way.
And, some of these other
we
ISPs.
intend to do that.
Okay. So some of these other, and then we'll know what a percentage is. I mean, supposedly, we ought to be able to do some modeling to figure out what that percentage is. But some of the other internet service providers tell you that you get up to a gigabyte, but up to means sometimes it's going to flick up there, but most of the time it's operating down here. And if you've got 5 kids trying to get on the computer to do their homework, it doesn't work.
Problem.
Yeah. But you're always going to have people that don't want it.
I pay for 800 and I have 188 coming in.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing.
Yeah, and I do too. I pay for a much higher rate and I don't get it.
Yeah.
But
So-
it's only me.
We're never going to make everyone happy.
That's right.
There's every single decision that we make is going to cause grievances for some parts of our city. So that's just how it's going to be. Every time we make a vote, but we have to remember we're here to serve the city as a whole, not just our specific constituents, those that are in our ear, every week or that. We're here to do what's best for the whole city. And I think it can get really political really quickly. Just like, the mayor brought up the analogy of the taxes. Wouldn't it have been nice if the city council and mayors previous had the courage to raise property taxes so we didn't have to have that massive hike when the fire contract came on? So anyway, we're just never going to make everybody happy. I want to keep this as a utility model, not a subscriber model. And I think that's what the TAC has presented to us. And I think that's the smartest thing to do. I think Janelle agrees with me, and I think Carrie agrees with me. And I think Josh agrees
too. Josh's letter makes it clear that he wants to stick with that.
So why we're all of a sudden making changes to that, I don't understand that, because that's where we've been leaning and talking for months and months and months. And that's why we've hired or had the TAC committee recommend.
We haven't had any discussion about rates, and we haven't asked them to look into that. So we have financial people look at financial numbers. We have electrical engineers that look at technical details.
So
are we going to keep
based everything on the PPP, page 8 of the PPP Pro Strata? give some type of
Setting-
ballpark to
setting
start with.
rates and marketing policy
It's our job.
is right.
And
It's
that's
our
why
job.
we're
And
doing it.
and I'm fine to do that. But,
So
I feel like we need the action items. I understand the desire to pull, to unify our community. I want that. I want to unify our community. If that means we have a grievance committee where we take the issues, I'm fine with that. If it's an education piece that nobody pays till they're connected, then let's do that. If it's a sign up list so that we know what the take rate's gonna be, then let's do that. But I feel like we've put a lot of assignments out there as far as research and meetings and time, and the TAC has done a lot of stuff. And, you know, Mayor, you and Ryan have done a lot of financial analysis. But it seems to me, and you can all tell me what you think about this, that it is the council's time to step up and put in the time and educate our residents, educate them, answer their questions. If a lot of people are concerned about their TV packages, then that should be on the FAQs. That should be on the fiber page so that they feel good. If they want to know about the hardware and the modems and what is actually provided, what they are getting, if there is missing content on the page, then that's what we need to address and get it on there. I just
Missing one.
missing content on the fiber page as far as what their questions and their concerns are and the information that they want. Well, let's figure out what it is and get it on there. Like, we are to the political point of this. That is where we are. Am I wrong?
It sounds to me like Brent has a lot of those questions. I mean, he's obviously spent a lot of time talking to people about it. So you could probably make a list of all those questions and we'll get those on the website. But we got to get people to look at the website.
That's
the problem.
And that's the problem. People are
Because even the
busy.
people who are sending out misinformation aren't looking at the website first. That's why they're sending misinformation.
Right.
Their speed is not fast enough to look at it.
Oh, geez. Well, and the tech
Well,
savviness.
they're not hooked to the internet.
And I know people that are tech savvy that don't look at it. And I've spoken to them and honestly, the consensus is from all the people that I have talked to with misinformation is they need to talk to somebody who knows about it. So if that means we start getting on the phone and doing whatever, if people don't want us knocking on their door with our germy hands or whatever it is that their comfort level is, then we need to do it. Whether it's phone calls or emails or whatever it is, if it's getting the sign up list done, that's what I think needs done.
So the sign-up list could be problematic because they're gonna say, I want to be the first.
Well,
Do
yeah.
my blog first.
Well, then
The
we need
problem
to talk
is
to Josh
we're-
about clear messaging.
Okay.
Whatever needs to put on there,
The
fine,
problem
make the
is
messaging correct
We're
so
2.5
that they know.
To 3 years till the whole city's right.
A lot of the ones I talked to did not know there's gonna be a $10 fee. Now, I don't know where they've been, but they don't know there's a $10 fee.
So Brent, when you talk to these guys, then do you direct them to email Ryan or to have those conversations? I mean, I've talked to a whole bunch of people about fiber and I've explained it and they're all about it. I tell them there's going to be a $10 fee, but I'm just wondering, are we directing them in the right place for the correct information? I'm assuming you are, but has Ryan heard from these people?
They probably haven't because they probably don't. They're the type of people that said, I'm not gonna pay the $10 fee. And you know, I'm sitting here saying, guys, you're gonna get internet from, got internet, don't need it. And you know, I guess if they finally understood they were gonna be charged $10, let them with their questions come out of the woodwork and give them a chance. Rather than trying to beat the door down and find them.
They'll come if they're.
Let them come and we deal with it on that basis. That's kind of the way I think, but I'm wrong a lot of times.
Question, Ryan. We can create a sign up list on one of our web pages and we could have it on our fiber page and link to it.
So at this point, Strata will roll out a website that you can go to and put in your information. And when you go and do that, it will register you as interested and it will take the highest interest and we'll build to that highest interest. That would be the plan, is we would build to the highest interest spots. So that is what the current plan would be, is that we'd look to say, okay, where are the hot spots that we have highest interest and build to there first. Now, some has to be built, we have to build to the fiber hub, we have to build some major infrastructure to that point. So yeah,
How far out would that be? A couple months or the summer before people could sign up?
Well, we think if everything proceeds and goes forward, we're thinking that we might be able to break ground by July 1st on our first one, but that would be the first one to the fiber hut. The first connection, I'm not sure. I'd have to look probably a couple months after that. So there is some lead time to get things.
Mayor, you put out a newsletter that goes out in the building, right? Is that a place to put in there? If we are going to put in fiber optics, you're going to be charged $10 a month. Bold letters. If you have a concern with this, give them a reference point. You go to the website. If they don't,
okay.
I'm just thinking out loud here. Give them a reference point to go look at the website. If you still have questions, Christine and I will take the field questions, right, Christine?
I'll field as much as I can. When I feel like I don't know their answer to their questions, I'll send them to somebody smarter than me.
Well, maybe we need somebody smarter than me too, because I'm kind of the dummy on the block. But maybe we
Well,
have
any
a
of
task
us would
force committee.
try.
Maybe we put an answer committee together where they can go. I think a lot of them would just say, yeah, crap, I'll pay the $10. And they won't field the question. But they'll gripe to me because I'm on the council.
Is that gonna cause the lack of unity? I'm fine to answer questions. I said that all night. I want to answer these questions. Said that all night, but.
So
So
we have
if we
some
want
phone
to
numbers
send them
in
to
there.
someone super smart, send them to Jeanette.
That's a good idea. And
I don't care. They can call me all day.
But my point is
As long as I can put an
we have
earpiece in and do
give them
dishes
an
at the same time.
option to know they're gonna pay $10 for sure. And they can take their questions to somebody and try and get them resolved.
Well, I think we all need to, if we're going to word a question like that, or if we're going to word something like that in the newsletter, it needs to be approved. It would make a lot more sense. You're right, make it bold, but also do a paragraph explaining so that, it's not just a scare tactic either. We need to be wise about what's being sent out in the newsletter so that it's informative and it doesn't create more drama.
And I would really like to see Josh involved because his gift is marketing. And I think that he could really help this with his gifts.
Yeah.
So who would volunteer to write the first draft and then hand it off, circulate it, and ask everybody to provide their input?
Well, the guy who's not here.
I'm nominating. Let's vote.
Josh? How about Josh?
Hey, I'll bet he's watching us.
No, he's in bed. He'll watch it on double speed tomorrow.
He's watching.
He's watching. Oh, he is.
So-
Josh, you can text me.
So you're Josh's
Did he say
neighbor.
anything?
Would you mind being the
No,
one who
he's
contacts
commenting.
Josh and say, does
Commenting?
it ask you
On
to
Zoom,
write a
on
short paragraph?
YouTube.
Yeah,
Would you do
I
that?
just think Josh is a gifted marketer, and I think that this is
Not
a
comment on this, just
marketing
general comment.
issue.
So look at the fabulous letter Very thoughtful letter he wrote tonight. He could certainly draft a
Yes,
paragraph.
he would have to.
Josh just commented, he'll write it.
Thank you, Josh.
He said I would write it.
He would.
That's what he says. He says,
Yeah, I just
I'll
think
write
he's
Is
gifted at
that
that.
is that a good approach? Is there something better?
People are not going to pay attention until they have to.
Tell us knocked on the door.
Yeah, and they'll be like, what the?
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, wait, if we can get it first, where do I sign up?
Okay, but I think it's great to use the resources that we have. But I've talked to people and they'll say, I said to them, it's on the website. Well, we don't look at the website. Send something out in the mail. I said, you get a bill every month and it's been in the content of the newsletter multiple times. Well, I guess we should read that. And so
I remember Strata saying things like, we're going to, oh, Josh is just glad to help. So I already reached out to him.
So how do we,
So I remember them saying, we're going
Even
to
if
have
it's-
billboards that say First Fiber in Cache Valley and
I mean, I didn't know if we needed to get yard signs and stick them on the corner and say, there will be an informational Q&A at the city office on this topic at this day, on this night.
yes,
I mean, can we
That
gather?
would be worthwhile.
Well, I mean,
Town hall.
like a town hall and stick it in front of people's faces if they don't read the internet and they don't get on the newsletter that we mail to them every
I
month.
maybe said Strata, I meant Utopia. I remember that
You know what I mean?
Utopia
Like-
saying, we're gonna, have this be a big promotion.
I just feel like we need to educate people. I feel
Yeah,
like
I
all the
agree.
people that, am I wrong? I mean, do you feel like this, Ryan, when someone talks to you and you honestly answer their questions and give them good, solid information, that they feel a lot better about it?
yes, I would say my idea, and I have talked about it with the mayor, and unless there's opposition, my thought is that we would add a line for fiber utility fee on the bill now with a 0 right now. And if people are watching their bill, if they're not watching their statements, they're probably watching their bill. We won't implement a fee until they're connected. But if we add that line, people will start to look. So it will add notice potentially. I don't know that we can print in red.
I think your yard signs actually are a good idea. We found with the recreation that we got more participation. People saw it better with about a dozen strategic points throughout the city than newsletters, websites, and newspaper put together. People have kind of, those little yard signs in strategic points have really served us well on those kind of things. So you just have to be, and Josh will be good to be able to help with that with marketing. It's just got to be, you don't have a lot of surface. It's got to get your message out there quick. So I guess you could say a $10 fee is coming.
Why is there snow?
Yeah, you put it on my corner, that's a good one.
Yeah, there's several corners that people tend to really watch for those signs. We've kind of got them used to it. So
That way, everybody has, I'll say a greater percentage of people can decide if what they're gonna do. They know what's coming.
If nothing else, they can say that as a council, we've done our job to reach
So
out
we
to
put
them.
it out
So we
there.
have done our job
Yeah.
to reach out and hear their voice and educate them, that we have done our part.
I feel like this has been a really productive discussion. And I think that we should move forward with tentative fees. I mean, if we vote on them tonight and say these are our fees.
There's no voting.
You're gonna vote this.
No, no, no.
So
That's
we
my
don't,
question to Ryan is
yeah, so
what
what
are
do
our
we,
action items?
what's our
to keep us
action
on
here?
track?
Yes.
Here's what I want to bring up. Ryan made this point to me. He said, I really wish the council was voting on it tonight, but it's not an item to vote on, it's just a discussion. So the next council meeting is the 17th of March. We would prefer not to wait that long. When we're looking at the calendar that Zion sent out, the timing wise, the funding from the bond issue was supposed to, the proceeds happen in April. So we push the council decision to another month. And now the funding of the project and it gets pushed back and delayed that much more. So we were talking about some way to expedite it, and there's no reason we can't. Plan a council meetings, could be a week from tonight or something, discuss that and make that decision so that the staff can move forward and we can make our plans. Go ahead, Ryan.
If I could have a suggestion, and that is think about the rate. If you have any difference in what the proposal is, or what has been used in the PPP document as a baseline, and it has been used, and we have numbers around that, but we all realize that the council gets to say, if those are the rates you want to move forward with, then great, we'll go on that assumption, and we can ratify that. If there is a different rate and you feel differently, or you want to do more research and want to share that back, I would encourage that you have and take some time to do it. I would rather it done right than fast. And I think that's where our public wants it. And we've been talking about it, but this is the first time really delved from a council side, really delved into the rates. I'm not opposed, and I think because it's not backed by these rates, if we came back to the next council meeting and had a resolution that could be adopted, I think it's fine. But if we're gonna wait months and months, we're gonna get in trouble. But the sooner we can make that and solidify, the better. But
We need to have a special meeting just to get it done sooner.
to just adopt rates, probably not. But if you're going to have a further discussion and you want to spend another hours or bring in public, or if you want to do something more and you want to have a meeting for that, then have one. But
We could adopt rates without a vote.
no, I'm not saying that.
So March 17th would be adequate.
We could do that if you are prepared to do that at that point. If you want more discussion, then I think we need to have that so that we're ready to go.
I just think when you think about scheduling, I think you need to be consistent if possible. And we've been consistent that the third Wednesday is your primary date. I think if you want to do another meeting in there, you really ought to fall to the first Wednesday, because that's what you've advertised, is that generally you'll meet on the third. If needed, you meet on the first Wednesday. So I think just to keep the public from getting frustrated and thinking, my gosh, they pop all over the place with their meetings, I think sticking with the first and the third Wednesdays would be a good plan. So
my preference would be to wait till the next council meeting and vote on it unless we needed to do it sooner.
Can I ask
As
Brian?
long as, with that, I think as long as we let staff know kind of where we stand so that they know what to bring to us vote. I mean, I like option one, the way it's written out and stands. But I think we also can wait till next council meeting.
Christina, would you consider lowering the 250 megabytes by $5 and raising the 1 gig by 10?
Yeah, what you said made sense to me and I liked that, yes.
I don't think there's any. Let me add another piece of that. You can go to Comcast website and you can find out whether they offer different levels of service. You enter your address and zip code. So they have a gigabit rate. Who would guess what rate they're offering for somebody on Main Street in Providence, where we live? What would you think they're at? They're they're offering. And I'll qualify it and I'll tell you the recipe.
Yeah, just tell us.
What's the number? It's $85.
$100.
$85 for a gigabit. Okay, that's what they're advertising. But one of the things we've talked about is, it's like Brett said, I'm paying for 800 and you're not getting 800.
I'm paying 85 and getting 800.
Okay. So, but the other thing is, you gotta buy your own equipment. If you lease it, you pay more. You gotta have on auto pay, that's another $10. They'll ship the equipment out to you. You got to install
So
it.
why wouldn't we charge more for a gig?
Hold on. But the only reason, but the other thing is you have to be a Comcast existing customer and you have to do the installation yourself. So that's what you get for $85. But you're getting something other than fiber. But we still have residents that share fiber, and what we're saying is a gigabit to their gigabit that they're going to get, which is an asymmetrical service.
We raised it by 10, it was still only be $68. And I just think those people who will sign up for a gig won't care how much it costs.
So we're also, but we have two sides to this. The other side is Strata. So they're going to charge, is it 13 and 23?
They have a fee for the ISP side other than our infrastructure
So
side.
if you're going to get a gigabit, it's not, you got to add that. And Ryan had it on one of the versions he said. So it had $13 Strata was going to charge and $23 for a gigabit.
Okay.
So what Strata is going to do is flip the switch and say, okay, you got 250, go flip it and you got a gigabit. So you're going to be paying Strata as well.
Right.
So now just back to what I said, you can go to and get 250 on $34.95 on Utopia's website, but you got to take $20 off because the internet service provider is paying the network operator, whereas the city of Providence is going to pay the network operator. So you take $20 off, so that's $14.95 for 250. So that's how you would compare the $13 that Strata said they're going to charge a Providence customer for 250. That makes sense. Okay. So and then you got to take what we have and you got to add $23 for a gigabit, which is what Strata is going to tack on. So in order to be apples to apples, and look at what our competition is charging, that's how we have to look at it.
Right. Which is, so let's go ahead and move on if we can.
Can I ask just one, I'm sorry, it's late, I know it is. How much data do we get? Now, like Comcast has given us 1.2 terabytes. How much do we get?
Unlimited. We're not going to get in the business of limiting that. So there won't be overage charges. There won't be any of that. We're not going to play the game.
Okay. One more quick question. Noisier. No, I forgot the other question. Okay. Move ahead.
I have a question. The approval of the rates, does that hold up any of the parts about finding ISPs to be on the network and doing like, are we working on pieces simultaneously or is anything holding up something else?
I think we can operate that simultaneous. At this point, the rate, one of the things I'm desirous for the rate to be over and established is one, so we can market, two, so that we can assure our bond that we're not that this is the revenue source. This is what we're going to pay it with, but we're backing it with a portion of sales tax and a portion of the energy tax. But I got to assure the bond when we go to sell bonds, and that's why it can wait a month, but it can't wait two. Once we start selling bonds and go to a bond sale, I can't say, well, our rates will be something. That's not going to fly. I can't do that. So 1 month is fine, but it can't go beyond that because at that point, if I'm going to go out to the open market to buy, to sell our bonds, and we don't have a rate, we'll look foolish. I can't do that. We gotta have a rate before we go there. That, anyway, hopefully that makes sense.
That's great. I just know that people are anxious to know what the service providers are gonna be. And if we want people's mailboxes full of ISP offers, we gotta get ISP.
Agreed.
Or we start to build.
I think some of the internet service providers that Utopia has their webpage would also be ones that would be interested in being on our network as well. And you'll see some names there you've never heard of before, like Sumo or whatever, and they got their own neat little logo. We'll probably see those on ours as well. Strata will also be an internet service provider, and they were all for content. I don't know what all of that involves.
So kind of to summarize where we're at, are we going to put out an advertisement that we're moving forward with internet, or with fiber optics, and it's going to cost every household $10 a month?
And
And
what you're gonna get for that?
And we advertise that without adopting the fee.
I don't know.
I mean, it's on the fiber page, but
Probably not, because it's not an official rate. So for the city to go out and say that that's going to be the rate without the council having adopted the rate, it's probably not wise for us. We could call it a proposed rate.
I would probably call it a minimum rate, a proposed minimum rate, because
$10.
Brent, would it make sense, or would you consider talking to the people that are having heartburn over this, that are talking to you? They're not talking to me. Everyone's I'm talking to is highly in favor of it. Would you be willing to go to those people and say, we want to hear from you, like the council wants to talk to you, or we want to have a town hall with you, or so that we can make sure that we're clearing up their questions, but we need to know who these people are?
A real hit and miss opportunity for them to come forward. I would sooner that they know of what we're planning on doing and let them who have concerns come out of the woodwork and express concerns versus trying to go out and find them and see if, we can resolve. I'm not really one to resolve their concerns. I'd like them to get some input from somebody who's more knowledgeable about it than I am and can resolve their concerns. And the other question is, are we going to have a hardship case?
Yes.
And if we do, what are the parameters? And that
We just have them sign a document that says I'm on the hardship.
yeah, and then we decide the
So we
parameters.
accept that.
I don't know, Mayor. I'm not a legal. Maybe you have to deal with,
Well,
is that just us?
so I'll give you an example. You go to Bragg in your hardship case and it's a severe winter, and having trouble making your utility payments. If you go to Bragg, they've got money and they do help people in those needs, but they also require you bring your utility bill.
And
So
maybe
would we ask Providence residents to prove it?
No. In my opinion.
I think we could.
so then you're not gonna turn anybody down? Because if you don't have some kind of criteria, you would just about have to allow anybody that asks for it. And that would be a slippery
That's
slope.
signature that they're having hardship.
Or if we, yeah, and maybe that's the case. I don't know the parameters.
I don't
I'm just
know either.
asking
I'm
if,
just,
if we would have a hardship clause. That's something I don't know. But I'd really like the people to know what is proposed and let them come out of the woodwork and start getting identified and how we solve their problems.
so I think what I hear you saying is that we should schedule a town hall.
We have 48 seats here.
Hmm.
I don't
And they
think
can
we
join by Zoom.
I was thinking more on an individual basis, but.
Yeah,
But sometimes in a town hall, it doesn't go over well either, because they get in arguments and.
no, you get a few people that try and get everybody wound up. I would rather, I mean, do something, I don't know, Ryan and I probably just brainstorm. I mean, we could have some evenings where they're council members and staff members or something, 2 people. Then we invite people to come in and maybe we have a sign-up sheet. You know, each night we take 15 people or something like that. And say, you know what, let's do that on an individual basis. And we can sit down with them one-on-one and hear them out. And because I've seen this crowd start feeding on themselves.
Oh, yeah, they're getting rolling. Yeah.
Brent's been in the audience.
That's
And so I like the personal one-on-one, you know. And I'd really like to listen to what they have to say. And then they don't get bombastic. I mean, then they're, you know.
And I really think there's a lot of them that will say, oh, I'll just put it in. And then we won't hear from them.
Well, if Josh will help us write something for the newsletter, anyone can come forward. And I just feel like the people who are having the biggest misgivings, a few of them are going to be hardship cases. Absolutely. And we need to accommodate them. But I think the most of them just need to be educated.
There's some that are going to claim they're hardship cases when all of us know they're not.
Well, then that's on them.
They're going to say, my hardship is dealing with Providence city government.
That's all right.
That's not a reason to reduce the price.
But who, to Scarlett's point, who's going to make that call? Who do we turn down?
I think, again, we're getting into a week that we haven't adopted a rate yet, and then we're making an exception to a rate we haven't even adopted yet. I would encourage that the council focus on adopting a rate.
Well, I think we're going to adopt it on the 17th.
Okay.
Get this information out and they can meet with us after the 17th. What about that? Well, I was just going to say, Ryan says we need a rate established, okay? And so we get the advertisements out. It's going to take us a little while to get some things and yard signs out and stuff like that. On the 17th, we adopt the rate, and we start allowing the people to come in after that and talk to us. We'll establish the rate by the 17th. Now we'll deal with the problems and the hardships one-on-one, try and take care of them.
Grievance committee as necessary.
I don't think we ought to come up with a better name.
I'll lay down in dead man's pose. Okay.
I don't know if that's a solution, but I'd like.
Do you feel comfortable with that sequencing and that approach? Do you think that that is going to be considerate of people and their needs and concerns? You feel good about it?
I feel good that we have got an option for real hardship cases. People who just plain don't want to. I don't know if we can deal with that other than try and explain what they're getting and what's going to happen. And those that are ready for it, they're in. I think we've covered our bases and we've advertised it.
I do think, and we've talked about this, a sign-up sheet for people that want fiber. And we can have a caveat that says, we are asking for people to sign up who definitely are interested in fiber. And the purpose being that we want to know when construction crews go out, what part of the city we're going to start with first. So we're not telling them when or, creating any expectations, but we are saying this is a test to tell us, where the demand in the city is going to be, because that's where we want to start.
And hopefully that will be a good test. I hope we don't get surprised and people won't sign up. But yet, if they don't sign up, or we don't get a percentage signing up, we'll at least know that maybe we're not on the right track. So that is what we need to do. I do think so, yes.
Okay. So Ryan and I will distill this tomorrow morning.
And since Josh isn't here, I'll point out that it's after 10 and that we should move it along.
So we're holding Josh up.
Well,
So we've covered a lot. We have some staff, myself and Brian have some things to do, put together. If you guys want to go forward with the $10, I'm fine. I mean, I'm like city staff, I don't get to decide. We'll do what the council wants to do. And I think maybe we might want to call the newsletter the fiber issue or something. I don't know. I have an article that's going to fill a page. I think it's good information. Carrie, you got a copy. Janelle said she saw it and read it. We can wordsmith that some more. I think a sign-up sheet would be helpful to give some guidance to where we want to start in the city. We can just start putting these pieces together. We add to our fiber page. There's going to be more Q&A as we have people raise questions and that type of thing. And we need to diffuse or address some of the misinformation we have. Like Ryan does not have an ownership interest in Strata. They're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that is a co-op, and it's owned by the customers.
Yeah, I do not have any ownership.
So,
Nor do I have any lines of connection.
Which I'm
or-
sure that was cynical, but
well, some people would take it for gospel.
but then it becomes a rumor.
Yeah, I do not.
So council reports.
Anybody have anything left?
Well, I've been working on lots of other things.
So you want to talk about it tonight?
Well,
Or
and I know Christina has a couple of things too.
Or are your emails sufficient?
Not everyone's on my email.
Okay. Christina, you want to go first?
After tonight's meeting, I want to know, so I'm asking, I would like to propose that we figure out, or you tell me what we need to do to put a moratorium on our mixed use zone until the planning and zoning. And we have had a chance to revisit that zone and make the adjustments that are appropriate.
You have it in zone, you have it in ordinance, and if somebody's already in it, you have to allow them to continue through it until you change the ordinance.
Anything new, though, is what I would say, rather than people saying, you know what, this is mixed use. It's in your general plan as mixed use, and we're currently trying to figure out and make adjustments to what mixed use looks like. Can we put a moratorium on any rezones to mixed use?
You actually don't need to do a moratorium. You just don't need to approve that zone. There's nothing that says, just because it's in the general plan, that you have to zone it the way it is in the general plan. So if you don't want any more mixed use, we don't have to do the moratorium. That puts some time clock steps and stuff in that we might not be ready to have that time clock start yet, but you can certainly, zoning and annexation are two things that are purely legislative. You do not have to have a reason why you do not change the zone.
Okay.
And you can just vote against it.
Satisfactory to me then. I just, from what we were told tonight, I felt more pressure. I felt a little uncomfortable. But okay, thank you. I'm gonna let Carrie talk about the city celebration. Or our emails are fine too.
On Christina's toes is what I'm doing.
You're great.
So the youth council has been involved with volunteering for the different celebrations. And so a conversation that Christina and I have had, that Glenda did go out to the whole council, was splitting up the celebrations and kind of splitting up the resources and volunteers. And I actually had someone volunteer today to help with the Easter. So outside of the people in this room. So that's good. So I'm asking the mayor to put seeking volunteers for the different celebrations in the newsletter. And then I asked Scarlett today to also add that to the website, which she did. And so as you're talking to people, if anyone seems interested in becoming more involved with the city, don't forget about those opportunities. So I guess that's all. And we're having an Easter egg hunt. If anyone wants to help. We have a cute little youth council girl who's been going out seeking sponsors and such. So grateful for the youth council for carrying some weight.
I just have been thinking about writing a letter about the library. Because I've had people reach out to me about concerns about changes being made. Still thinking about what to include there. But perhaps maybe pushing it off. I talked to the mayor about possibly this next newsletter, but it sounds pretty full. So maybe the next one after that.
Why don't you write it and we'll figure it out. I don't know how much you want to say, but. So I pretty much know how many words will fit into a certain part, like a full page is about 850. So a quarter, half a page, like the back page. If you just did half, it'd be 400 words. Depends on whether you want your picture.
Right. Other than that, I've just been following planning and zoning and what they've been working on, and we've talked a lot about that, and trying to keep up with the legislature.
Right. And I don't have anything else. And we don't have an executive session, so I'm going to call for.
I'll make a motion that we end the meeting.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.